Tabarak Hussain, a Fidain suicide attacker from POK, captured by the army on the 21st of August at the LOC in Rajouri, died due to a cardiac arrest. Ghulam Nabi Azad is all set to begin his political journey afresh from Jammu as all preparations for his first rally in the city are complete. He is further expected to deliberate with other members of his future party over the party's name. Jammu and Kashmir Apni Party Chief Syed Mohammad Altaf Bukhari expected to meet Jammu and Kashmir's LG Manoj Sinha with reported demands for the restoration of Jammu and Kashmir's statehood. Another serious senior Congress leader from Jammu and Kashmir, Ashok Sharma, resigns from the party, calling the exit a result of a painful decision due to the prevailing situation and unavoidable circumstances.
उन्नति का पथ, उम्मीदों का रथ, सत्य की शपथ, हम हैं रिपब्लिक भारत, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The ambulance has been replaced with a police van.
You're watching This Morning on Republic, and well, all eyes today are on the United Kingdom's prime ministerial elections as the former Chancellor of Indian descent, Rishi Sunak, and Foreign Secretary of the UK, Liz Truss, are in the grueling contest to succeed Boris Johnson as the British Prime Minister and the head of the Conservative Party. Voting has concluded and results are to be announced shortly. Here's more.
As voting officially closes for Tory members to choose between the former Chancellor Rishi Sunak or Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, the race to replace Boris Johnson as the British Prime Minister is on its final countdown. Britain will get a new Prime Minister next week, with either Foreign Secretary Liz Truss or former Finance Minister Rishi Sunak being announced today as the next leader of the governing Conservative Party and the next Prime Minister. Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss have gone head-to-head over the past month to win over the votes of an estimated 160,000 Tory electorate. While the British Indian former minister has pegged his campaign on getting a grip on soaring inflation as an immediate priority, the foreign minister has pledged tax cuts from day one in office.
I am prepared to give everything I have in service to our nation, to restore trust, rebuild our economy and reunite the country. I want to have a grown-up conversation where I can tell you the truth. A better future is not given, it is earned. That is why I am standing to be the next leader of the Conservative Party and your Prime Minister.
Overall, it is how they plan to tackle the cost of living crisis faced by the British public that has dominated the debates, even as the duo addressed their final hustings in London, where they reiterated many of their pledges.
What's important is that we hit the ground running. We've got 2 years until a likely next general election, and I want to deliver for people. I want to deliver lower taxes. I want to help struggling families. I want to make sure that we unleash all the potential and talent across Britain, and that has been my focus throughout this campaign, and that's what I'm going to be campaigning on.
While Rishi Sunak was a clear frontrunner in the leadership contest in the first round of voting, when Tory MPs voted to select the two finalists in the contest, the Indian origin finance minister has been on the back foot in the pre-poll surveys of Tory members, who also have a vote in this election. The 2019 general election, which brought Johnson to power with a thumping majority, was also against the forecasts of many poll pundits, who were predicting a less definitive result and anti-incumbency factor going against the Tories. Agency report, Republic TV.
The Jharkhand government's fate hangs in the balance. Shibu Soren is to seek a trust vote in a special session of the Assembly today. All the news and updates on that coming up next. Stay tuned. Also coming up, Nitish Kumar likely to meet Rahul Gandhi, Arvind Kejriwal and left leaders today during his Delhi visit.
सोच का मंथन, विचारों का समागम, इतिहास लिखेंगे हम। राष्ट्रीय सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Another high-octane India versus Pakistan clash in sports news is set for today, as both arch-rivals will be looking to make the best of their opening Super 4 match of Asia Cup. India heads into the Super 4 with a clean record. They were on the top of the table with 2 wins in 2 matches and 4 points. Pakistan finished second with 1 win in 2 matches and 2 points.
चुनौतियों से नहीं डरते हम, दुनिया ने देखा है हमारा दम, दुश्मनों को करके बेदम, राष्ट्रहित में बढ़ते कदम। राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
सच हमने दिखाया, सच आपने देखा, हमारी पहचान उम्मीदों की रेखा, आपके भरोसे से हमारे काम का लेखा। राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। आप पहचानते हैं, जानते हैं हमें, तभी तो अपना मानते हैं हमें। आर भारत के साथ भारत का समय। राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
India all-rounder Ravindra Jadeja likely to miss the T20 World Cup in Australia as he undergoes knee surgery. The surgery is expected to keep him out of action for an indefinite period of time. The T20 World Cup begins in Australia from the 16th of next month.
So he's injured his knee, but obviously he's ruled out for the Asia Cup. Yeah, he's under the care of the medical team. He's going to see the doctors. He's going to see the experts, and the World Cup is a fair way away, so we don't want to jump to any conclusions and rule him out or rule him in. We'll see how it goes. This is part of sport. People get injured.
देश प्रेम का ज्वार, राष्ट्रवादी विचार,
Today it's a very big day organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक। आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
Tata Sons ex-chairman Cyrus Mistry killed in car crash. Prime Minister Modi and others mourn his passing. Cyrus Mistry killed after his car hits divider in Maharashtra's Palghar. State orders probe. Jharkhand government's fate hangs in the balance as Shibu Soren to seek a trust vote in a special session of the Assembly today. Nitish Kumar likely to meet Rahul Gandhi, Arvind Kejriwal and left leaders today during his Delhi visit. UK Prime Ministerial race in the final leg. Tories seal fate of Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss to be winner to be declared today as the UK is set to get its new Prime Minister. Bangladesh Premier Sheikh Hasina's 4-day visit to India starts today. Countries aim to boost defense ties. welcome to This Morning on Republic. I'm Rukma in our top story. Starting off with more details on the shock passing away of Cyrus Mistry. And earlier, Cyrus Mistry's shock ouster as Tata Sons chairman in 2016, we all remember, triggered a very public, years-long courtroom and boardroom battle between two of India's most storied corporate clans. Here's more.
Cyrus Mistry, who burst into India's business stage big time with his appointment as the chairman of Tata Sons in 2012 before a boardroom feud forced his exit, was killed in a car crash in Maharashtra's Palghar district near Mumbai on Sunday. Though he came into the limelight only after Ratan Tata announced him as his successor in Tata Group, Cyrus's association with the Tatas went long before that. Cyrus was not only a distant relative as the brother-in-law of Noel Tata, Ratan Tata's half-brother. He had been part of the Tata Sons board since August 2006, representing his family's 18.5% stake. Cyrus was a director on the board of Tata LXI from 2000 to 2009 and also sat on the board of Tata Power till 2006, before he joined Tata Sons as a director. Cyrus worked as an executive vice chairman for 1 year under Ratan Tata before taking over as the chairman of the group. But despite starting off with great trust, the relations between Ratan Tata and Cyrus Mistry deteriorated over a period of time. Many say the reason was Cyrus's way of functioning, which was different from the traditional working of the Tata Group. This despite the fact that the group saw many achievements during his tenure. However, they could not counter the declining performance of the other three companies, telecom, steel and automobile. After his ouster from Tata Sons, this bitter feud between the group and Cyrus was for all to see. On the legal front, Mistry first went to the National Company Law Tribunal, which dismissed his petition challenging the manner in which he was ousted and ruled that the board and majority shareholders had lost confidence in him. He, however, successfully appealed in the National Company Appellate Tribunal, but the Supreme Court sided with the Tatas, who had gone in appeal. The only reprieve he got from the Apex Court was to delete some adverse remarks made in the original judgment. Even in Mistry's death in a car accident near Mumbai on Sunday, clarity on what exactly led the Tata Group to expel Mistry so shortly into his tenure remains elusive. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And business tycoon Cyrus Mistry lost his life in a tragic road accident in Palghar district when he was on his way to Mumbai from Ahmedabad, along with 3 other passengers. One more person also lost his life in the accident, while the other 2 passengers are still fighting for survival.
Cyrus Mistry met with an accident and lost his life. Unfortunately, a road accident, and this is the Mercedes car. Cyrus Mistry, including 3 people, were traveling in this, and you can see in the visuals the stains of blood are there in this Mercedes car. You can imagine how deadly this accident could be. Cyrus Mistry was traveling from Ahmedabad to Mumbai, and he met with an tragic accident. And in fact, this is the place where said this is the seat where Cyrus Mistry was seated, and when the car was coming from Ahmedabad to Mumbai, we are just 1 kilometer away from the location, from the spot where this accident took place. But we are showing you the exclusive visuals of the car. You can understand how deadly this accident would have been as it met with an accident. And you can see all the parts of this vehicle, this Mercedes vehicle is out up, and you can see how tragic it could have been and how deadly this accident took place. And We also spoke to the several locals out here to get an idea about how it happened. But what we have been told that the driver who was driving lost his control, and due to which it hit the divider, and this happened. And in fact, Cyrus Mistry, including Jahangir, lose their life in this accident. And the incident in fact took place just 1 kilometer away from this place.
It happened at 3:15 today near Surya River. He's coming from Ahmedabad, coming from Gujarat and going to Mumbai. And during the journey, the accident happens near the Surya River bridge.
We are at the right very location at Ahmedabad Mumbai highway, and in fact this is the Mumbai Ahmedabad highway wherein Cyrus Mistry was travelling from Ahmedabad towards Mumbai. That is the road which comes from Ahmedabad and connects Mumbai, and in fact this is Palghar district, and the road is broad out there. Now, as soon as his car came, the road gets narrower as it reaches to the Surya River bridge. This is the divider. My video journalist Sheikh is showing you in the visuals. This is the divider wherein his Mercedes car met with an accident, and in fact there were 4 people in the car, and Cyrus Mistry, who was travelling with 3 more people out there.
Yes, inquest Panchanama is already has been done, and the PM, we are sending the bodies for PM at JJ Hospital, and we can have word say after inquest PM reports.
We have been reporting right outside the JJ Hospital, where the mortal remains will be brought in here at JJ Hospital for the post-mortem. So according to the police officials, the vehicle has been sent to the RTO for a thorough examination. Police have an eyewitness in the case who saw the car ramming into parapet of the bridge. He was the one who alerted the police, after which a police vehicle immediately pressed into action. Forensic team from Kalina Laboratory at location. They have been collecting samples. Police also informed that from the preliminary examination of the car, the dual airbags affixed to the driver and the front passenger seat can be seen. However, no such airbags are seen on the rear seat. Police sources also informed that prima facie there does not seem to be defect either in the road engineer or the vehicle. So this is the information over the accident that happened.
Viewers, we are reporting from Mumbai's Breach Candy Hospital, where we are anticipating that at some point the 2 co-passengers of Cyrus Mistry who have survived the crash, that is Anahita Pandole and Darius Pandole, will be brought after they are cleared and stabilized at the Palghar Hospital, where they were receiving the preliminary treatment. Now, not a lot is known about their condition. It is only reported that it was Anahita who was the driver of the ill-fated car, and it is believed that would mean that Darius was seated in the rear because the passenger was Cyrus Mistry. That is the initial information. We will of course have to wait to find out. A probe has also been ordered into the entire accident, the tragedy that has claimed the life of Cyrus Mistry and one other person, a co-passenger named Jahangir. These are the 2 who have died. Cyrus Mistry was of course only 54 years of age, so his passing comes at a very untimely stage of his life, and it has really shocked the country.
And in other national news, Goa police visited various locations in the alleged murder case of BJP politician Sonali Phogat in Haryana's Hisar district. Phogat was declared dead at St. Anthony's Hospital in Anjuna in North Goa on 23rd of August. A post-mortem report reveals blunt force injuries on her body, following which Goa police had registered a murder case. Former Congress leader Ghulam Nabi Azad addressed his highly anticipated political rally in Jammu and Kashmir yesterday, announcing the start of a new outfit after breaking away from his 5-decade-long association with the Grand Old Party, saying he has not decided upon a name for the party yet. He says he will announce the name soon. Amid massive protests by Congress workers in the national capital, BTP leader Rajyavardhan Singh Rathore hit out at the Gehlot government, stating that the state has become the national capital of rape. He further said that crimes against women are increasing in Rajasthan due to mismanaged security.
आरोप लगाने पे सबसे आगे रहते हैं राजस्थान की सरकार। पहले कहा था उन्होंने कि बेरोजगार जिम्मेदार हैं बलात्कार के लिए, और अब आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि जो बलात्कार के जो दुष्कर्म की जो पीड़िताएं हैं वो झूठ बोल रही हैं। फिर उनका बयान आया कि इसके लिए रिश्तेदार जिम्मेदार हैं। कभी बेरोजगार जिम्मेदार हैं, कभी रिश्तेदार जिम्मेदार हैं।
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, in a veiled attack against senior Samajwadi Party leader Azam Khan, said those who exploited Rampur for their own interests are now bearing the consequences. Rampur is considered a bastion of the SP, and its leader Azam Khan carries a lot of clout. And technology with inflatable aerodynamic decelerator released by ISRO. ISRO says IAD is a game changer. It's a decelerator which ISRO says is a game changer with multiple applications for future missions. An IAD designed and developed by Vikram Sarabhai Space Center was successfully test flown in a Rohini sounding rocket from Thumba Equatorial Rocket Launching Station. And breaking news now in a latest update on the Sonali Phogat murder case. Republic has learnt that during the investigation yesterday at Sonali Phogat's residence in Gurgaon, Goa police seized Phogat's passport, cash, mobile, watches and jewellery. So details emerging of what the police discovered and seized in its visit to Gurgaon and other places in Haryana associated with the case and with Sonali Phogat and others, and Sangwan, who is a key accused in the case. And joining us now is Alisha for all these breaking updates. Alisha, take us through what the Goa police discovered. What is the latest status as far as investigations into the death of Sonali Phogat are concerned?
Rukma, we know that in Sonali Phogat's murder case where Goa police is investigating, and there have been a team of Goa police who is already in Haryana, and they have been visiting whether it is Sonali Phogat resident, where they have already recorded the statement of her family. But this is something in Gurgaon where the Goa police has reached to Sonali Phogat, a resident in Gurgaon, and from the same flat, the Goa police has made a seizure where the jewelry, cash of worth rupees around 15 to 16,000. Also, Sonali Phogat, a passport, some of the documents. Jewelry, watches has been seized by police, and this is something a part of an investigation is what we have been told. Moreover, Goa police has also visited Rohtak, which is Sudhir Sangwan's resident for the investigation. Moreover, today Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh will also be produced before the court. Continuously rolling on this story, on this big story on Neon Republic. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state's Sonitpur.
के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
विचारों का लहराता समंदर, रिपब्लिक भारत पर जल्द राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
You're watching This Morning, and Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is scheduled to visit India from today till the 8th of September, during which the 74-year-old leader will meet with newly sworn-in President Draupadi Murmu and Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar and hold bilateral consultations with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Here are more details.
Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is set to begin her 4-day visit to India from today. The visit is set to focus on connectivity, energy and food security, as well as trade and investment opportunities. Notably, both the countries are closely collaborating in every sector, from security and border management to cultural and closer people-to-people ties. The Bangladesh Prime Minister has emphasized on the India-Bangladesh bond several times. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Dhaka gave a boost to the relationship between both countries. In recent years, several deals have been reached between the countries in both the diplomatic and economic areas. India and Bangladesh have attained tangible results in several areas, including settling land and maritime boundary demarcation under the leadership of the Prime Ministers of the two countries. Rivers are one of the most notable shared resources between the two countries and is surely going to be a part of the agenda.
Water is coming from India, so India should show more broadness, because both the country will be beneficiary. So sometimes our people suffered a lot because of this need of water, especially Tista. We could not go for harvest and so many problems take place. So I think it should be solved. But yes, we found that Prime Minister is very, eager to solve this problem, but the problem is in your country. So we hope that it should, it should be solved.
The two nations have been cooperating since the independence of Bangladesh with an impeccable record of friendship and trust. The visit of the Bangladesh Prime Minister to India is likely to be a step forward in this direction. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Other news in connection with the ongoing investigation into the chit fund scam. Multiple searches are being carried out across West Bengal at 7 locations, including Kolkata and Mohali, while the CBI teams are searching 6 premises linked to Subodh Adhikari. Sources suggest that the residence of Kachrapara Municipality Chairman Kamal Adhikari are also being searched by the central agency team. The Central Investigation Department conducted raids at the residence of a businessman in West Bengal's Malda yesterday. From the raids on him, that's the businessman identified as Jayaprakash Saha, stacks and stacks of unaccounted for cash were recovered. Notes of 2,000 and 5,000 denominations have been recovered from the fish trader, amounting to 1 crore 40 lakhs. Trouble continues to mount for ruling Trinamool Congress in West Bengal as the Central Bureau of Investigation now breaches the residence of another TMC leader, Subodh Adhikari, in the Bijpur locality of Kachrapara municipality. The raids come at a time when the CBI has been probing the Ponzi chit fund scam that duped lakhs of depositors in West Bengal and neighbouring Odisha. Rashtriya Janata Dal leader Vijendra Yadav shot dead on Saturday. The murder took place near Nimdihara Road of Karghar. It has been reported that PAC's president Vijendra Yadav was going for farming work when 6 bike-riding criminals opened fire on him, in which 2 bullets hit the former chief. There is a suspicion of murder over old enmity. Republic has learned from sources in the Gujarat ATS that Wahiullah Rahimullah Khan, who has been arrested in connection with the multinational drug syndicate, is a resident of Kandahar in Afghanistan and had come to India on a medical visa. He had procured the heroin he was caught with from one more person named Mustafa and was planning to get it delivered to Punjab, Haryana, Chhattisgarh and subsequently other states as well.
एनसीआर एरिया के अंदर ड्रग्स का मोटे प्रमाण में बिजनेस कर रहा है। इन्होंने एक इन्फॉर्मेशन दी स्पेसिफिक कि 2 तारीख रात को 11 साढ़े 11 के आसपास ये वसंत कुंज विस्तार टेरी इंस्टीट्यूट के आस पे बड़ी मात्रा में जत्था लेकर के आने वाला है। इस इन्फॉर्मेशन के आधार पे डीवाईएसपी बीएच चावड़ा, पीआई एसएन परमार, पीआई बीएच कोराट, पीएसआई एसके ओडेद्रा और सूरत सिटी क्राइम ब्रांच के पीएसआई वीए डोडिया, इनकी एक संयुक्त टीम बनाई गई। गुजरात एटीएस की ये टीम दिल्ली रवाना हुई। दिल्ली में दिल्ली क्राइम ब्रांच के अधिकारियों को इन्होंने साथ में रखा और एक जॉइंट ऑपरेशन को अंजाम दिया।
And coming up next, as a new leader for the party equates to the new Prime Minister, speculations as to whether the UK will have its first non-white PM are rife, even as the race for PM of the UK reaches its last leg. Also coming up, India joins China and Russia in Sea of Japan as the countries participate in Vostok 22, the joint military exercise that the world has its eyes on.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव, मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on his foot along with his Congress workers, and he was detained because that is not the permission that has been given.
Today it's a very big day organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state Sonitpur.
के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है।
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state Sonitpur.
के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है।
You're watching World This Morning. The headlines from across the globe at this hour. Voting for the UK's ruling party's new leader ends as fates hang in the balance for Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss. As the new leader for the party equates to the new Prime Minister, speculations as to whether the UK will have its first non-white PM are rife. India joins China and Russia in the Sea of Japan as the countries participate in Vostok 22 joint military exercise. Protesters erupt in Prague against the Czech government's pro-West policies. The crisis in the country that recently left 30 dead and 400 wounded. Iraq-US talks take place in Baghdad. Climate change suspected as the cause behind severe floods affecting several lives in Pakistan. And breaking news coming in now at the very beginning of the bulletin. News coming in from Canada of a mass stabbing, a series of stabbings in two communities in the Canadian province of Saskatchewan has left 10 people dead and 15 wounded. Police are looking for two suspects who are suspected to be responsible for the mass stabbings, in which 10 were killed and 15 are critical. The stabbings took place in multiple locations on the James Smith Cree Nation and in the village of Weldon, northeast of Saskatoon. Rhonda Blackmore, Assistant Commissioner of the RCMP Saskatchewan, has said some of the victims appear to have been targeted by suspects, but others appear to have been attacked at random. And these are the photographs that the police have released of the two suspects for whom the hunt is still on in Canada in this series of shocking mass stabbings in which 10 people are reported dead.
Communication Center, or the RCMP DOCC, received a call reporting a stabbing on the James Smith Cree Nation. In the following minutes, our DOCC received multiple calls reporting additional stabbings at different locations in the community. The suspects named were Damian Sanderson and Miles Sanderson. As the investigation confirmed, the two suspects, Damian Sanderson and Miles Sanderson.
So the world stands shocked as news comes in of a series of stabbings in a Canadian province of Saskatchewan, which has left 10 people dead and 15 injured. The hunt is still on the part of the police for the two suspects who are responsible. And more breaking news coming in now, this time from the United Kingdom. The countdown has begun for the UK to get its new Prime Minister. All eyes are on the UK's prime ministerial elections as the former Chancellor of Indian descent, Rishi Sunak, and Foreign Secretary Liz Truss are in the grueling contest to succeed Boris Johnson as the Prime Minister of Britain and the head of the Conservative Party. Voting has concluded and results are to be announced very soon. Today, we will come to know who will be leading the British nation as its Prime Minister next after Boris Johnson.
As voting officially closes for Tory members to choose between the former Chancellor Rishi Sunak or Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, the race to replace Boris Johnson as the British Prime Minister is on its final countdown. Britain will get a new Prime Minister next week, with either Foreign Secretary Liz Truss or former Finance Minister Rishi Sunak being announced today as the next leader of the governing Conservative Party and the next Prime Minister. Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss have gone head-to-head over the past month to win over the votes of an estimated 160,000 Tory electorate. While the British Indian former minister has pegged his campaign on getting a grip on soaring inflation as an immediate priority, the foreign minister has pledged tax cuts from day one in office.
I am prepared to give everything I have in service to our nation, to restore trust, rebuild our economy and reunite the country. I want to have a grown-up conversation where I can tell you the truth. A better future is not given, it is earned. That is why I am standing to be the next leader of the Conservative Party and your Prime Minister.
Overall, it is how they plan to tackle the cost of living crisis faced by the British public that has dominated the debates, even as the duo addressed their final hustings in London, where they reiterated many of their pledges.
What's important is that we hit the ground running. We've got 2 years until a likely next general election, and I want to deliver for people. I want to deliver lower taxes. I want to help struggling families. I want to make sure that we unleash all the potential and talent across Britain. And that has been my focus throughout this campaign, and that's what I'm going to be campaigning on.
While Rishi Sunak was a clear frontrunner in the leadership contest in the first round of voting, when Tory MPs voted to select the two finalists in the contest, the Indian origin finance minister has been on the back foot in the pre-poll surveys of Tory members, who also have a vote in this election. The 2019 general election, which brought Johnson to power with a thumping majority, was also against the forecasts of many poll pundits who were predicting a less definitive result and anti-incumbency factor going against the Tories. Agency report, Republic TV.
Former UK Treasury Chief Rishi Sunak could be taking over as leader of the governing Conservative Party on Monday if he beats Liz Truss. The voting has concluded and results are to be expected. The announcement is expected any time today. Here's more on this story.
I am prepared to give everything I have in service to our nation.
Former UK Treasury Chief Rishi Sunak could be taking over as leader of the governing Conservative Party today if he beats Liz Truss.
To restore trust, rebuild our economy and reunite the country. I want to have a grown-up conversation where I can tell you the truth. A better future is not given, it is earned. That is why I am standing to be the next leader of the Conservative Party and your Prime Minister.
If he does, he would become Britain's first non-white leader and the first Hindu to take the top job. At 42, he would also be the youngest Prime Minister in more than 200 years of history. But first, he will have to overcome allegations. Allegations by opposition that he was a turncoat for quitting outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson's government as it floundered amid ethics scandals. He has been accusing Truss of offering fairy tales by promising immediate tax cut, when he felt curbing soaring inflation was a bigger priority. Sunak is a political prodigy whose smooth appeal saw him dubbed Rishi Rishi.
The question now for our members is, who is the best person to defeat Keir Starmer and the Labour Party at the next election? I believe I'm the only candidate who can do that. And my values are also those of our members. And I've got the experience and the vision to translate those values into a government that delivers for the British people and ensures that this is the best country to live, work and raise a family anywhere in the world.
Sunak is an instinctively low-tax politician who idolizes former Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. He nonetheless forked out billions in government money to keep people and businesses afloat during the pandemic. It made him the most popular member of the government, a status he burnished with sleek social media messages that stressed his own brand more than government's. In his leadership campaign, Sunak depicted himself as the candidate of grown-up decisions and physical probity, calling rivals' tax-cutting plans reckless and vowing to get inflation under control.
And my priority has always been to try and protect as many people's jobs as possible. That was the priority at the start. It remains my priority now, and I think that is the right priority to have as we think about the next phase of the pandemic and how our economy recovers through it.
Supporters of Truss cast him as a left-wing tax and spend politician and played up his desertion of Johnson, who remains popular with many Tories.
Well, what I want to reassure people is that this will be my number one priority upon taking office, and I will move incredibly quickly to put in place the support that's required and give certainty to people that that help is coming.
During the campaign, he has promised relief from soaring energy bills, something Truss has been reluctant to do. Agency reports, Republic TV.
Russia's defense ministry shared footage of Russian and Chinese ships sailing in the Sea of Japan, participating in Vostok 22 drills. This comes as Russia recently launched a week-long war games show involving forces from India, China and other nations. Here's more.
Russia's defense ministry shared footage of Russian and Chinese ships sailing in the Sea of Japan, participating in the Vostok 22 drills. This comes as Russia recently launched week-long war games involving forces from China and other nations. which was aimed at showing the growing defense cooperation between Moscow and Beijing as they both face tensions with the United States. The maneuvers are also intended to demonstrate that Moscow has sufficient military might for massive drills. Despite its troops being engaged in military actions in Ukraine. The Russian Defense Ministry said that Vostok 22 exercise will be held until September 7, involving more than 50,000 troops and over 5,000 weapon units, including 140 aircraft and 60 warships. Russian General Staff Chief will personally oversee the drills involving troops from several ex-Soviet nations: China, India, Laos, Mongolia and Syria. Agency Report, Republic TV.
And moving on to other news stories, Chileans were voting in a plebiscite on whether to adopt a far-reaching new constitution that would fundamentally change the South American country. The proposed charter is intended to replace a constitution imposed by a military dictatorship 41 years ago.
Chileans were voting in a plebiscite on whether to adopt a far-reaching new constitution that would fundamentally change the South American country. The proposed charter is intended to replace a constitution imposed by a military dictatorship 41 years ago.
Gustó mucho porque está constituida la mesa tempranamente y así la gente no tiene que hacer tanta fila, sobre todo el adulto mayor. Este colegio es muy organizado, así es que por lo menos este lugar. Así que me voy feliz a cuidar a mis nietos para que voten mis hijos.
The new constitution would characterize Chile as a plurinational state, establish autonomous indigenous territories, and recognize a parallel justice system in those areas, although lawmakers would decide how far-reaching that could be. In contrast, the current constitution is a market-friendly document that favors the private sector over the state in aspects like education, pensions and healthcare.
Yo vengo a primera hora porque me gusta cumplir temprano.
It also makes no reference to the country's indigenous population, which makes up almost 13% of the country's 19 million people. Although Chileans largely agree the dictatorship-era constitution needs to be tossed out, how that will be achieved if the current proposal is rejected remains to be seen. Agency Report, Republic TV.
And more international news, a wind-swept wildfire in rural Northern California tore through a neighborhood, destroying nearly 100 homes and other buildings. Fire officials said at least 2 people were injured and thousands were forced from their homes. The flames reached into the Lincoln Heights neighborhood, where a significant number of homes burned and residents had to flee for their lives. Former US President Donald Trump blasts his successor Joe Biden for a recent speech in Philadelphia, terming it the most vicious, hateful and divisive speech ever delivered by an American president. Trump says his critical remarks come a day after Biden lashed out at him and his presidential campaign, "Make America Great Again." Thousands of Mexicans staged a demonstration against President Andrés Manuel López Obrador. The march comes after the Mexican Chamber of Deputies approved a legislative reform promoted by President López Obrador that transfers the National Guard, created as a civilian command force, to the Secretariat of National Defense. After the US approved $1.1 billion arms package for Taiwan, 4 aircraft and 5 ships from China's military crossed the median line of the Taiwan Strait. The Ministry of National Defense says it has tracked 4 aircraft and 5 ships from China's military around the country by 5 p.m. Saturday. Taiwan has been tasked to combat air patrols, Navy ships and air defense missile systems to monitor and respond to the Chinese activities. Passenger aircraft of Summit Air makes emergency landing at Pokhara Airport in western Nepal minutes after takeoff on Sunday. As confirmed by airport officials, the decision to abort the flight was taken due to a technical glitch in the engine. And time for a short break now. Coming up on the other side, protests erupt in Prague against the Czech government's pro-West policies. Climate change suspected to be the cause behind severe flooding affecting several lives in Pakistan.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
15th August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state's Sonitpur.
के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on his.
You're watching The World This Morning on Republic. More news from across the globe now. Tens of thousands of protesters from the far right as well as the far left joined forces in the Czech capital Prague to rally against what it called the pro-Western government. Protesters demanded the resignation of the current coalition government led by Conservative Prime Minister Petr Fiala.
Tens of thousands of protesters from the far right and far left joined forces in the Czech capital to rally against the pro-Western government. The police estimated that the crowd at Prague's central Wenceslas Square numbered around 70,000 on Saturday. Some of the groups represented at the demonstration included the major anti-migrant populist Freedom and Direct Democracy Party and the Communist Party. The protesters demanded the resignation of the current coalition government led by Conservative Prime Minister Petr Fiala. They criticized it for a number of issues, including its Western-oriented policies. They also condemned the government for its support of the sanctions against Russia over its war in Ukraine and accused it of not being able to tackle soaring energy prices. The demonstrators also hit out at NATO and the European Union's plan to cut greenhouse gas emissions and reach climate neutrality. The government is planning to call an emergency meeting of European Union countries next week to seek a united approach to the energy crisis. This comes at a time when the Czech Republic is currently holding the bloc's rotating presidency. Agency report, Republic TV.
Iraqi Prime Minister Mustafa al-Kadhimi met US Assistant Secretary of State for Middle Eastern Affairs Barbara Leaf for talks on the country's political crisis. Here's more.
Iraqi Prime Minister Mustafa al-Kadhimi met US Assistant Secretary of State for Middle Eastern Affairs Barbara Leaf for talks on the country's political crisis. At least 30 people were killed and over 400 wounded last week after supporters of the populist Shiite cleric Muqtada al-Sadr clashed with Iraqi security forces inside the heavily fortified Green Zone, seat of Iraq's government. The clashes came after 10 months of political deadlock in the country. Both camps disagree over the appropriate mechanism to dissolve the parliament and hold early elections, key demands of al-Sadr. His party won the 2021 federal election but was not able to reach the legislative quorum to vote in a government that excluded his Iran-friendly rivals. Agency report, Republic TV.
Displaced families in Pakistan were facing wrecked homes and the risk of disease after unprecedented flooding across the country, particularly in the Sindh province. Aid agencies in flood-ravaged Pakistan have warned that people there were facing huge challenges trying to reach people in need due to the damage to infrastructure and communication. Here's a detailed report.
Pakistan is reeling under aftermath of massive flood. There's casualty, fear of epidemic outbreak, illness and flood-battered homes. Pakistan blames climate change for the recent heavy monsoon rains that triggered floods. Displaced families in Pakistan were facing wrecked homes and the risk of disease after unprecedented flooding.
हमारा गांव है जो वो डूब गया है सारा. हम सारे सामान भी निकाल नहीं सके, अपने बच्चे वो भी तकलीफ कर भी वो बाईपास से निकल आए हैं हम. हमारे को ना राशन मिला है ना टेंट मिला है. अब तुम खुद देख रहे हो प्लास्टिक बंधा हुआ है, हमारे बच्चे बैठे हुए हैं, उसको ये बीमार भी हो रहे हैं.
In southern Pakistan, displaced family piled into makeshift shelters with only a few of their belongings. More flooding is expected in southern Pakistan as Lake Manchar swelled from unprecedented monsoon rains. Vast areas of the country were still submerged under flood water.
सारे ॾिसो त इहो चारों तरफ़ पाणी पाणी लॻो पियो आहे. कोई वसियल न आहिनि असां वटि. जेको सामान हुयो घर जो जेको निकिरण जहिड़ो उहो कढियासीं, बाक़ी जेको सामान हुयो उते रहिजी उते छॾे ॾिनासीं. बाक़ी हिते ॾिसो त बाईपास ते टेंट वसायलूं. हिते बसि कोई सहूलियत बि न आहे, न खाइण जो न पीअण जो न काशे, बसि वक़्तु गुज़ारो करूं.
Aid agencies in flood-ravaged Pakistan warned that they were facing huge challenge trying to reach people in need due to the damage of infrastructure and communication.
We are seeing complete devastation. I think it's historic. We have never seen such a situation before in Pakistan, and that is due to the climate change. 33 million people have been affected by these floods, and for Save the Children, it's a huge concern that 16 million children need support, and they have lost everything. They're displaced.
The town of Burhin in Pakistan's mountainous Swat Valley is desperately short of emergency relief following the country's devastating flood.
Those who have lost their homes are getting emergency shelter, tents and the like. And of course, the distribution of clean water. The risk of waterborne diseases is very, very high, and it's essential that people get the aid they need. And I can assure that your viewers,
when relief trucks arrive, people scramble on board to grab what they can. In Zafrabad, villagers had to carry the belongings they could salvage from houses in a wooden bed frame through flood water. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif thanked army, engineers and workers for their efforts in repairing roads and infrastructure in flood-hit areas.
तमाम जवानों को, अफसरों को मैं उनका शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं कि उन्होंने मैंने इनकी तस्वीरें देखी हैं कि किस तरह ये दिन रात यहाँ पर काम कर रहे थे और उन मेहनत कशों को, मजदूरों को जिन्होंने दिन रात यहाँ पर काम किया और इस पुल को 8 घंटे में रिस्टोर करके सक्कर से लेके कोयटा तक, अभी एक और जगह जाएंगे, वहाँ पर भी मेजर वहाँ पर रिपेयर वर्क हुआ, तो ये मिला के फिर इन्होंने ये रिस्टोर की ये ट्रैफिक.
International attention to Pakistan's plight has increased as the number of casualties and homeless people have risen. So far, Pakistan has received aid from China, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Turkey, Uzbekistan, UAE and some other countries. Pakistan has appealed to the international community for an immense humanitarian response. Agency report, Republic TV.
And that's all we have for you in World This Morning. Coming up in the Morning Express, Bangladesh Premier Sheikh Hasina's 4-day visit to India begins today. Both countries look at boosting defense ties.
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on his foot along with his Congress workers, and he was detained because that is not the permission that has been given.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है. बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक. आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं.
August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state's Sonitpur.
के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं.
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा. मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है. तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है. कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है. बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा. मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सकें, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है. बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक. आप देखिए गौरव, मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं. जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं.
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on.
देश प्रेम का ज्वार, राष्ट्रवादी विचार, रिपब्लिक भारत तैयार, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन. The Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is on a 4-day visit to India beginning today. Countries aim to boost defense ties. Home Minister Amit Shah is in Mumbai. Key meetings lined up ahead of the municipal corporation polls. The Jharkhand government's fate hangs in the balance. Soren is to seek a trust vote in the special session of the Assembly. Nitish Kumar likely to meet Rahul Gandhi, Arvind Kejriwal and left leaders today during his visit to Delhi. And in the UK, the prime ministerial race is in the final countdown. Tories seal the fate of Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss as the country gets set to get a new prime minister. Good morning and welcome. You are watching the Morning Express on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with the visuals that we are just getting in from Agra. These are of mining mafia breaking down a toll barrier and pulling out at least 13 tractors in just about 50 seconds. So pictures on your screen are coming to you from a toll barrier where you can clearly see the mining mafia take away at least 50 tractors. I beg your pardon, actually 13 tractors in mere 50 seconds. Investigations, of course, are still being done into what really happened in this. But we are given to understand that this was the mining mafia at play here in Agra. These are pictures that are coming to you from Agra in Uttar Pradesh, where the sand mining mafia pulled out as many as 13 tractors in just a matter of 50 seconds. They were, of course, captured in a CCTV camera in Agra that was installed at a toll booth. So pictures on your screen right now coming to you from Agra. Now we are given to understand that the police, of course, is investigating and looking at who is behind this. Harsha is reporting on this and she joins me from New Delhi. Harsha, good morning. Harsha, give us more details of what really happened. Now, we are given to understand, according to preliminary reports, that this is the mining mafia which is at a play in Agra.
Exactly, we are getting to know that in Chambal region, illegal sand mafias are very active. And yesterday night we saw how on Agra toll, the sand mafias with lot of trucks who were returning from Gwalior, who are coming from Gwalior to Jharkhand toll till Agra. They just broke the barrier of the toll plaza. They started fighting with the toll staff who were appointed there. And in the span of 50 seconds, more than 25 tractors which were full of sand, illegal sand, because lot of mining of sand is being done in the Chambal region. In span of 50 seconds, they made all the trucks cross that barrier. They started fighting and they started screaming and shouted on the toll staff. They are getting to know that in this region of Gwalior and Agra as well, mining mafias are very much active. Last month we saw how in Mewat's area of Rajasthan, how a DSP was killed when he was trying to stop the truck of mining mafias, when he was killed by the driver and the conductor. So these incidents are very much now being seen in UP as well. Though the mafias are not being hailed from UP, it is being told to us by police sources that they are not from UP, they are from the Gwalior region. But more details on this entire incident is being looked by the police official. Through the CCTV camera is being investigated through the CCTV camera, that through which route they have come in and how far they have gone. Yes.
Right, all right. Harsha bringing us those details. Thank you for joining us. As Harsha was pointing out, the CCTV footage is being examined by the police to get more details. So pictures on your screen are coming to you from a toll plaza where the mining mafia broke barriers of the toll plaza. Now, pictures on your screen are coming to you from Chandigarh. This is a very horrific accident that took place over there. A swing broke in Mohali in Chandigarh, and 8 people are believed to be injured. There are reports that seem to suggest that there were at least 16 people rather who've been injured in this particular incident, and there were women and kids who have been hospitalized after this incident. The police are, of course, investigating as to what happened. Amandeep, good morning. Give us more details. Now, this appears to be a horrific accident that took place in Chandigarh.
Well, absolutely, Nupur. This joyride has turned very horrific last night in Mohali, in fact. And even this was during a fair that was in Mohali, and in fact, all of a sudden, this joyride of wheel swing has been fallen and crashes to the ground after a technical snag, leaving almost more than 16 people injured, including women and kids as well. And in fact, they all have been shifted to the hospital. But now the administration has launched the investigation in this entire incident, just because this is not a normal incident. The people who are there, they were there to enjoy that fair, but all of a sudden everything had been turned into a tragedy. And even now the police is also recording the statement of the owner of this thing, that how it happened. And initially, and preliminary investigation reveals that there is some belt that was holding this wheel, this swinging wheel in the air, that was broken in the middle, and in fact that turned out to be the reason that this spinning wheel has been crashes down to the earth, leaving certain people injured. But now police have launched the investigation as well. Yes, Nupur.
Now, Amandeep, any information on whether a safety audit was conducted before this, fair was set up? Because the manner in which we are looking at the pictures of this accident, it could have been a lot worse.
Absolutely, Nupur. This video was recorded by some passerby, and in fact some person who was actually in the fair. And even now this is the entire responsibility of administration to check the safety measures before installing such kind of swings in the fair. And in fact, after verifying the security norms only and safety norms only, then these kind of swings will be allowed in the fair. But now, initially, the entire focus of the administration and the police is on the injured people. First, they are providing them all kind of assistance, and in fact, in the meanwhile, they are recording the statements and verifying the safety norms that either they have taken into the consideration or not, and later the kind of action will be taken accordingly. Yes.
All right, Amandeep Singh reporting on that from Chandigarh. Thank you for bringing us those details. Now, business tycoon Cyrus Mistry lost his life in a tragic road accident in Palghar district when he was on his way to Mumbai from Ahmedabad along with 3 other passengers. One more person lost his life in the accident, while 2 others are still fighting for their lives.
Cyrus Mistry met with an accident and lost his life. Unfortunately, a road accident, and this is the Mercedes car. Cyrus Mistry, including 3 people, were traveling in this, and you can see in the visuals the stains of blood are there in this Mercedes car. You can imagine how deadly this accident could be. Cyrus Mistry was traveling from Ahmedabad to Mumbai, and he met with an tragic accident. And in fact, this is the place where said this is the seat where Cyrus Mistry was seated, and when the car was coming from Ahmedabad to Mumbai, we are just 1 kilometer away from the location, from the spot where this accident took place. But we are showing you the exclusive visuals of the car. You can understand how deadly this accident would have been as it met with an accident. And you can see all the parts of this vehicle, this Mercedes vehicle is out up, and you can see how tragic it could have been and how deadly this accident took place. And we also spoke to the several locals out here to get an idea about how it happened. But what we have been told that the driver who was driving lost his control, and due to which it hit the divider, and this happened. And in fact, Cyrus Mistry, including Jahangir, losed their life in this. accident, and the incident in fact took place just 1 kilometer away from this place.
It's happened at 3:15 today near Surya River. He's coming from Ahmedabad, coming from Gujarat and going to Mumbai. And during that journey, the accident happens near the Surya River bridge.
We are at the right very location at Ahmedabad Mumbai highway, and in fact this is the Mumbai Ahmedabad highway wherein Cyrus Mistry was travelling from Ahmedabad towards Mumbai. That is the road which comes from Ahmedabad and connects Mumbai, and in fact this is Palghar district, and the road is broad out there. Now as soon as his car came, the road gets narrower as it reaches to the Surya River bridge. This is the divider. My video journalist Samir Sheikh is showing you in the visuals. This is the divider wherein his Mercedes car met with an accident, and in fact there were 4 people in the car, and Cyrus Mistry who was travelling with 3 more people out there.
Yes, inquest Panchanama is already has been done, and the PM, we are sending the bodies for PM at JJ Hospital, and we can have word say after inquest PM reports.
We have been reporting right outside the JJ Hospital, where the mortal remains will be brought in here at JJ Hospital for the post-mortem. So according to the police officials, the vehicle has been sent to the RTO for a thorough examination. Police have an eyewitness in the case who saw the car ramming into parapet of the bridge. He was the one who alerted the police, after which a police vehicle immediately pressed into action. Forensic team from Kalina Laboratory at location. They have been collecting samples. Police also informed that from the preliminary examination of the car, the dual airbags affixed to the driver and the front passenger seat can be seen. However, no such airbags are seen on the rear seat. Police sources also informed that prima facie there does not seem to be defect either in the road engineer or the vehicle. So this is the information over the accident that happened.
We are reporting from Mumbai's Breach Candy Hospital, where we are anticipating that at some point the 2 co-passengers of Cyrus Mistry who have survived the crash, that is Anahita Pandole and Darius Pandole, will be brought after they are cleared and stabilized at the Palghar Hospital, where they were receiving the preliminary treatment. Now, not a lot is known about their condition. It is only reported that it was Anahita who was the driver of the ill-fated car, and it is believed that would mean that Darius was seated in the rear because the passenger was Cyrus Mistry. That is the initial information. We will of course have to wait to find out. A probe has also been ordered into the entire accident, the tragedy that has claimed the life of Cyrus Mistry and 1 other person, a co-passenger named Jahangir. These are the 2 who have died. Cyrus Mistry was of course only 54 years of age, so his passing comes at a very untimely stage of his life, and it has really shocked the country.
Now, Cyrus Mistry's shock ouster as Tata Sons chairman in 2016 triggered a very public, years-long courtroom and boardroom battle between 2 of India's most storied corporate clans.
Cyrus Mistry, who burst into India's business stage big time with his appointment as the chairman of Tata Sons in 2012 before a boardroom feud forced his exit, was killed in a car crash in Maharashtra's Palghar district near Mumbai on Sunday. Though he came into the limelight only after Ratan Tata announced him as his successor in Tata Group, Cyrus's association with the Tatas went long before that. Cyrus was not only a distant relative as the brother-in-law of Noel Tata, Ratan Tata's half-brother. He had been part of the Tata Sons board since August 2006, representing his family's 18.5% stake. Cyrus was a director on the board of Tata LXI from 2000 to 2009 and also sat on the board of Tata Power till 2006, before he joined Tata Sons as a director. Cyrus worked as an executive vice chairman for 1 year under Ratan Tata before taking over as the chairman of the group. But despite starting off with great trust, the relations between Ratan Tata and Cyrus Mistry deteriorated over a period of time. Many say the reason was Cyrus's way of functioning, which was different from the traditional working of the Tata group. This despite the fact that the group saw many achievements during his tenure. However, they could not counter the declining performance of the other three companies: telecom, steel and automobile. After his ouster from Tata Sons, this bitter feud between the group and Cyrus was for all to see. On the legal front, Mistry first went to the National Company Law Tribunal, which dismissed his petition challenging the manner in which he was ousted and ruled that the board and majority shareholders had lost confidence in him. He, however, successfully appealed in the National Company Appellate Tribunal, but the Supreme Court sided with the Tatas, who had gone in appeal. The only reprieve he got from the Apex Court was to delete some adverse remarks made in the original judgment. Even in Mistry's death in a car accident near Mumbai on Sunday, clarity on what exactly led the Tata group to expel Mistry so shortly into his tenure remains elusive. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A look now at what else is making news this morning. The Supreme Court will hear Karnataka's hijab row today. The petitioners moved the top court against the decision of the High Court for making coloured uniforms mandatory for educational institutes. Now, earlier, a massive uproar was seen in the state against the High Court's verdict. Jharkhand's Chief Minister Hemant Soren is to seek a trust vote in the special session of the Assembly today. Soren's government's fate hangs in the balance as it is to face a trust vote today. Meanwhile, opposition BJP legislator MLA will also convene its party's meeting to chalk out strategy in the House. Amid Bihar's political turmoil, Bihar's Chief Minister Nitish Kumar is likely to meet opposition leaders today. Nitish Kumar is expected to meet Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, Delhi's Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, among others, during his visit to the national capital. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is on a day-long visit to Mumbai. Shah will visit the Pandal of the Lal Bagh Raja, one of the oldest and most popular Ganesh mandals in Mumbai. He is also expected to hold meetings with party leaders ahead of the BMC elections. Bangladesh's Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's 4-day visit to India begins today. Prime Minister Hasina will reportedly focus on connectivity, energy and food security, as well as trade and investment opportunities between the two countries. Amid several petitions that are lined up to be heard today, the Supreme Court will hear petitions filed for the demand of the enactment of the population control law today. This comes after several pleas were filed in the top court against repercussions of increasing population in the country. The Supreme Court will hear the petition of the TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee and his wife Ruchira Banerjee today to dismiss petition filed against the ED summons. Now, in the last hearing, the court, while giving interim relief to Abhishek Banerjee and Ruchira, had asked the ED to interrogate both of them in Kolkata. Now, the accused Muruga Mutt Seer's judicial custody ends today. The seer is accused of sexually assaulting 2 minor girls and will be produced in court. Delhi's Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, in his visit to Chennai, will launch 26 schools and 15 model schools of the Tamil Nadu government today. He, along with Tamil Nadu's Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, will be present at the event. The NCPCR chief will visit Jharkhand to probe into the death of 2 minor girls in Dumka. Peeved at back-to-back incidents of crime against minor girls in Jharkhand, the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights has said that cases are alarming and his team would visit the state to take stock of the probe status. Now, the Supreme Court has issued a notice to the Karnataka government in connection with a petition on the hijab row to be heard today. The petition challenges a ban on the hijab in educational institutions.
The Supreme Court earlier on August 28th issued notice to Karnataka government over a batch of pleas challenging the Karnataka High Court's judgment. The police is challenging Karnataka High Court's judgment upholding the ban on hijab in educational institutes. A bench of Justices Hemant Gupta and Sudhanshu Dhulia wrapped petitioners and said that they will not allow this type of forum shopping. The court pulled up the petitioner for seeking adjournment, which came after a plea seeking an urgent listing was sought. Various petitioners have approached the apex court challenging the Karnataka High Court order upholding the Karnataka government's order which directs strict enforcement of schools and colleges' uniform. The court said that it will hear the matter seeking a stay and challenging Karnataka High Court's judgment today. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, Jharkhand's Chief Minister Hemant Soren is expected to hold a trust vote today amid a political turmoil in Jharkhand over the mining scam, with Soren hitting out at the BJP for the crisis.
As the fate of the Jharkhand Chief Minister hangs in the balance, Hemant Soren government will seek a vote of trust during the special session of the Assembly today. Amid the fears, 3 buses loaded with 33 MLAs and Hemant Soren moved to a resort in Kunti district last week. The Chief Minister has time and again blamed the BJP for an attempt to topple his government.
इसको आप क्या नाम देंगे वो तो सत्र आउट होने के बाद ही आपको पता चलेगा। अभी तो सत्र होने में कई घंटे बाकी, थोड़ा समय बीतने दीजिए। और जिस तरीके से विपक्ष अपनी षड्यंत्रकारी जाल बिछा रहा है, वो सभी जाल कुतरे जाएंगे।
Last week, he also met the state Congress in charge, Avinash Pandey, to discuss a strategy amid the political crisis in the state.
प्रभारी जी आए हैं तो निश्चित रूप से सब तमाम कार्यकर्ता, जिला अध्यक्ष जो भी यहाँ लोग उपलब्ध रहते हैं, वो सभी लोग मिलते हैं। विधायक भी मिल रहे हैं, मंत्री जी भी मिल रहे हैं और सब तमाम कार्यकर्ता भी मिल रहे हैं। और जब सभी लोग मिलते हैं तो अपनी अपनी बातों को रखते हैं और उसी निमित्त बात हो रही है। कोई ऐसे सरकार के संकट को लेकर के बातचीत नहीं हो रही। कल बैठक हो गई और ये सभी जानते हैं कि कहीं कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है। गवर्नर हाउस में देरी हो रही है। हम लोग उनसे अनुरोध करेंगे, विनती करेंगे कि जो भी फैसला है उसको सार्वजनिक किया जाए ताकि उहापोह की स्थिति ना बने।
Following a petition by the BJP seeking Soren's disqualification from the Assembly over an office for profit case, the Election Commission has sent its decision to Governor Ramesh Bais on the 25th of August. Though the EC's decision has not yet been made official, there is a buzz that the poll panel has recommended the Chief Minister's disqualification as an MLA. Meanwhile, the UPA has time and again asserted that disqualification of the Chief Minister as an MLA will not affect the government, as the JMM Congress RJD coalition enjoys an absolute majority in the 81-member House. Will the trust vote save Soren from his fate? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
You are watching Republic TV, and still to come, parts of Bengaluru are still inundated after heavy rains.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
Congress is protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state's Sonitpur.
के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा। मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on his foot along with his Congress workers, and he was detained because that is not the permission that has been given.
Today it's a very big day organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime.
राष्ट्रवादी कलम, राष्ट्रवादी हम, मजबूत होते भारत के कदम। राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Bangladesh PM Sheikh Hasina's 4-day visit to India starts today. Countries aiming to boost defense ties. Home Minister Amit Shah in Mumbai. Key meetings up ahead of municipal corporation polls. Jharkhand government's fate hangs in the balance. Soren to seek trust vote in special session of the Assembly today. Nitish Kumar likely to meet Rahul Gandhi, Arvind Kejriwal and left leaders today during his Delhi visit. And in the United Kingdom, Tories seal fate of Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss. The United Kingdom to get its new Prime Minister today. Hello and welcome to this edition of The Morning Express. I'm Rukma, and in our top story at this hour, the body of Tabrak Hussain likely to be handed back to Pakistan after medical legal formalities. That's the news coming in at this point. The body of the Pakistan occupied Kashmir suicide bomber who died of a cardiac arrest yesterday to be handed back to Pakistan. After medical legal formalities, Tabrak Hussain, the Fidain suicide attacker from POK who was captured by the army on the 21st of August at the LOC in Nowshera in Rajouri while trying to infiltrate into India, died due to cardiac arrest yesterday. He was being treated at the army hospital in Rajouri. And Gursimran to take us through this breaking development. Gursimran, a very good morning to you. News are coming in now that the POK bomber, the suicide bomber who died of a cardiac arrest after he was captured by Indian security forces. His body is now to be handed back to Pakistan. How will this process begin? How will it be undertaken? What are the details you have?
See, the India as a humanitarian gesture has always been maintained that it will be handing over the body, be it of the terrorist or the Pakistani intruder who sneaks into the Indian territory and gets killed in retaliation of the counterintelligence grid that is in place. And same will be happening. That is what we are getting to know from the sources in the establishment, that the body of Tabarak Hussain, the suicide bomber of Lashkar-e-Toiba, will be handed over to the Pakistani authorities. It will be done after the medico-legal formalities, that a formal communication will be sent to the Pakistani side. However, it depends upon the Pakistani side whether they accept the body of this Pakistani Fidain attacker or not, because in the past we have seen a clear-cut denial by the Pakistani authorities that they try to shed off the responsibility of the Fidains from their side or the terrorists from their end, and they have always maintained that they are not their natives. Pakistan has a history of shedding off the responsibilities from their shoulder when they are caught on wrong foot, and now it has to be seen how actually the Pakistani side responds. But after the medical-legal formalities that will be completed today only, it will be communicated to the Pakistani side to take the body of this Fidain attacker who was here to carry out a terror strike on the Jharkhand post of the Indian Army.
Well, many thanks, Gursimran, for joining us there and for bringing us those updates. So in a latest update from our correspondent Gursimran there, the POK bomber who died of cardiac arrest after he was captured by Indian security forces in a Rajouri hospital. Well, his medico-legal process to be undertaken today and then his body to be handed back to Pakistan. And now moving on to other news stories here in the Morning Express. Breaking news coming in from down south. Visuals of Bengaluru's eco-space area on Marathahalli Silkboard Junction Road. Several parts of the city remain inundated due to severe waterlogging after heavy rains. As citizens continue to debate the quality of the city's infrastructure amid heavy rains that led to severe waterlogging and flooding in several areas and also caused traffic congestion. So those are visuals there of Bengaluru, completely in many areas waterlogged. Even as there is a heated debate over the condition of the infrastructure in the city. So traffic congestion caused by heavy waterlogging in Bengaluru in many parts, in prominent parts of the city, even as citizens continue to conduct a heated debate over the state of infrastructure in the capital of Karnataka. These are visuals of traffic congestion, waterlogging, and as citizens continue to, struggle through waterlogged streets of Bengaluru after heavy rains caused severe waterlogging and inundation in many parts of Bengaluru city. And more breaking news coming in now from Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. Getting you visuals from Uttar Pradesh's Lucknow, where a fire broke out in Hotel Livana, located in Hazratganj area of the capital of Uttar Pradesh. Several fire tenders are present at the spot, and we're trying to get in details of the status of the fire and how successful fire tenders which have reached the spot are at dousing the flames. Of course, now we cannot see the flames in these visuals, but fire tenders continue to struggle. It's a hotel, the visuals of which you can see on your screen. It's a Lucknow hotel in the Uttar Pradesh capital, and fire, we believe, broke out in the early morning hours. It's a massive fire from the Uttar Pradesh capital in Hazratganj in a hotel, and fire tenders at the spot and workers of the department doing their best not just to douse the flames but also to ensure that the inmates are safe or have been evacuated safely. And these you can see visuals of fire tenders at the spot, workers from the fire department. It's a hotel in the Uttar Pradesh capital in Hazratganj in Lucknow. The hotel Levana we hear engulfed in flames a short while back. Now fire tenders at the spot. More details awaited on how the fire broke out and how long has it been blazing. Even as we are seeing rescue operations there at the spot in this hotel. It's the Hotel Levana in Hazratganj in Lucknow. Workers from the fire department there trying to evacuate, ensure that inmates of the hotel, if any, are safe and safely evacuated. Now we can see that smoke is billowing out of that building. It looks like a 4-story building there. It's a hotel, the hotel that named Levana in Hazratganj in Lucknow. A massive fire broke out in the early morning hours and fire tenders were rushed to the spot. And Vivek joining us on the phone line with all the latest updates on this particular fire. Vivek, what can you tell us about the fire? When did it break out? All the details as far as you know.
देखिए लखनऊ के जो लेवाना होटल हजरतगंज इलाके में वहां पर ये आग लगी है और इसमें कुछ लोगों के फंसने की फिलहाल सूचना है। जो फायर ब्रिगेड की जो गाड़ियां हैं वो मौके पर पहुंच चुकी हैं। ये कहा जा रहा है कि तकरीबन 10 से अधिक ऐसे लोग हैं जो अंदर फंसे हो सकते हैं। हालांकि संख्या की अभी एग्जैक्ट काउंटिंग नहीं है और ये कहा गया है कि जो बिजली के कनेक्शन
So was there a faulty electric connection? We are trying to get in touch with Vivek, our correspondent who's there at the spot once again. But as we were telling you earlier, workers from the fire department trying to bring out certain members, certain people who are still trapped inside, we believe. And of course, questions will arise and there will be an investigation. Going back once again to Vivek.
देखिए बिल्कुल शॉर्ट सर्किट के कारण ये आग लगने की बात कही जा रही है और अभी जो फायर ब्रिगेड की जो गाड़ियां हैं वो मौके पर पहुंच चुकी हैं और इसके साथ ही साथ जो पुलिस की भी टीम है वो भी मौके पर पहुंची हुई है, रेस्क्यू करने की कोशिश में है। और साथ ही साथ क्योंकि 4 फ्लोर का ये जो होटल है वो है और सीढ़ी भी लगा करके ऊपर तक ले जाया गया जिससे अगर जो लोग ऊपर में फंसे हों उनको निकाला जा सके। तो कुल मिला के रेस्क्यू का जो काम है वो भी शुरू किया गया है। इसके साथ साथ फायर की गाड़ियां आग को बुझाने की कोशिश में लगी हुई हैं और शॉर्ट सर्किट के कारण ये आग लगी है। फिलहाल कोशिश है कि जल्द से जल्द आग बुझा करके लोगों को निकाला जाए।
Many thanks, Vivek Rai, for joining us there and for bringing us those updates. So rescue operation still on. Fire tenders at the spot and workers from the fire department trying to rescue safely around 10 or more inmates who are still there trapped inside this hotel in Hazratganj in Lucknow. Moving on to other news. And with madrasas in the state of Assam coming under increasing focus following the demolition of 3 such illegal institutions in the state, the Assam government is preparing to come up with a new set of regulations to review and govern such institutions after consulting top Muslim groups in the state. Here's more.
After the demolition of 3 illegal madrasas in the state of Assam in the last 1 month alone over suspected terror links, the Himanta government has doubled down on its efforts to fight against such radical elements from influencing these institutions. The Assam DGP held a key meeting with top Islamic groups across the state, where talks were held to regularize such institutions.
This is an effort to actually, stop the anti-national
agenda of anti-India forces, basically by trying to enter into a vulnerable group of people on the fringe, especially in the char areas and places like that. And we would like the Muslim population itself to be resisting such efforts of anti-India forces.
Illegal madrasas in the state have come under the scanner following the arrests of teachers over suspected terror links. And the scale of unregulated madrasas in the state has forced the government to act.
This Tanzim Council has submitted a list, about 739. They have been registered madrasas, and the rest of them are not yet registered. So there will be about more than 1,000. Ali Sunnat had claimed that they have about 3,000 madrasas. I'm not sure about the kind of registration process that they have. So now we are requesting them to regularize all this registration process in a manner that is correct and in a manner that is actually effective. And they need to put it up all in a portal, which should be designed very soon.
The Assam government is looking to implement a strict set of guidelines that can be agreed upon by all such institutions.
They have decided to constitute a committee of all the 4 sects, what you call 4 groups, like Ali Hadith, Ali Sunnat, Nadua, as well as Zamiyat. And then they will finally enforce the kind of set of rules that they are now making in order to bring about reforms in the madrasa system. We have also requested them to incorporate some non-Arabic, for both Hafizia and Banat or Arabia madrasas. They ought to incorporate some secular kind of education like maths and computers, science, etc. So they have generally agreed to do all that.
With the Assam government preparing to introduce a new set of regulations to review madrasas, and the Yogi government ordering a survey of unrecognized madrasas in Uttar Pradesh, is it not time for a nationwide crackdown on such illegal institutions? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is scheduled to visit India from today till the 8th, during which the 74-year-old leader will meet with newly sworn-in President Draupadi Murmu and Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, as well as holding bilateral consultations with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Here's more.
Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is set to begin her 4-day visit to India from today. The visit is set to focus on connectivity, energy and food security, as well as trade and investment opportunities. Notably, both the countries are closely collaborating in every sector, from security and border management to cultural and closer people-to-people ties. The Bangladesh Prime Minister has emphasized on the India-Bangladesh bond several times. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Dhaka gave a boost to the relationship between both countries. In recent years, several deals have been reached between the countries in both the diplomatic and economic areas. India and Bangladesh have attained tangible results in several areas, including settling land and maritime boundary demarcation under the leadership of the Prime Ministers of the 2 countries. Rivers are one of the most notable shared resources between the 2 countries and is surely going to be a part of the agenda.
Water is coming from India, so India should show more broadness, because both the country will be beneficiary. So sometimes our people suffered a lot because of this need of water, especially Tista. We could not go for harvest and so many problems take place. So I think it should be solved. But yes, we found that Prime Minister is very, eager to solve this problem, but the problem is in your country. So we hope that it should, it should be solved.
The 2 nations have been cooperating since the independence of Bangladesh with an impeccable record of friendship and trust. The visit of the Bangladesh Prime Minister to India is likely to be a step forward in this direction. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The Jharkhand government's fate hangs in the balance. Shibu Soren to seek trust vote in special session of the Assembly today. Coming up after a very short break. Also coming up, Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar likely to meet Rahul Gandhi, Arvind Kejriwal and left leaders today during his Delhi visit.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
Today it's a very big day organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक हैं वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state Sonitpur.
नबी आजाद के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
Massive mega.
News coming in of two separate accidents from Doda of Jammu, and it is believed that in the two separate accidents, vehicles plunged into the river. These are certain stills that we've got for you from the accident site, and it is being reported that at least 4 people are dead in all in the two accidents. 2 have been injured, 1 is still missing, and searchers are still on to find those who are missing. These are stills from the accident site. It is believed that 2 separate road accidents took place in Doda. Gursimran to tell us what happened and how. Gursimran, the details are still sketchy from here, but we are getting reports of 2 separate accidents. Very tragic there and shocking early in the morning coming in from Doda. It's over to you for all the details. Which were the vehicles involved at around what time and how did the accidents happen?
See, 2 accidents have taken place. First has taken place at around 12:30 morning in the Galandhar area of Bhadrawa in Doda, wherein one person has lost his life, one is injured and one person is still missing. We are getting to know that relief and rescue operations have been launched to trace out the missing person. SSP Doda, Abdul Qayyum, is himself on the spot monitoring the rescue operations that are going on. And the other unfortunate incident that has unfolded is in the Pul Doda area that has taken place at around 6:30 in the morning, in which 3 people have lost their life and 1 is injured. This was an Alto car that was moving in, and the person has 3 persons have lost their life. 1 is critically injured in the accident. Important to mention that due to the inclement weather conditions, this unfortunate incident seems to have happened when the vehicles plunged into the river, which has led to death of 4 people, 2 getting injured and 1 still missing in the 2 separate incidents in the Doda district.
So 2 separate accidents. Many thanks, Gursimran, for giving us those details. At least 4 dead. Details are still sketchy, but we believe that a Maruti, a Alto car, was involved, and search operations continue for the missing. Moving on to other top stories of the day. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's 4-day visit to India begins today. All the details and updates on that as India and Bangladesh aim to boost defense ties, coming up after a very short break. Also coming up, Home Minister Amit Shah in Mumbai. Key meetings lined up ahead of municipal corporation polls in Mumbai.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव, मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on his foot along with his Congress workers, and he was detained because that is not the permission that has been given.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state's Sonitpur.
के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को
Some international news now. Iraqi Prime Minister Mustafa al-Kadhimi meets US Assistant Secretary of State for Middle Eastern Affairs Barbara Leaf for talks on the country's political crisis. At least 30 people were killed and over 400 wounded last week after supporters of the populist Shiite cleric Muqtada al-Sadr clashed with Iraqi security forces inside the heavily fortified Green Zone, the seat of Iraq's government. A series of stabbings in two communities in the Canadian province of Saskatchewan has left 10 dead and 15 wounded. Police are looking for the two suspects. The stabbings took place at multiple locations on the James Smith Cree Nation and in the village of Weldon, northeast of Saskatoon. The Assistant Commissioner of the Saskatchewan said that some of the victims appear to have been targeted by the suspects, but others appear to have been attacked at random. Argentina's Health Minister Carla Bisotti confirms Legionella bacteria as the source of a mysterious outbreak of pneumonia that has killed at least 4 people, affecting 7 more and raising the alarm among experts. Authorities have identified Legionella as the cause of the cluster of pneumonia cases in the country. The health minister went on to the northern province of Tucumán to monitor the outbreak, which began in late August.
Watching Republic TV, we have to go on a short break, but before that we'll tell you everything about the Sheikh Hasina's. Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is coming on a 4-day visit to India, and Dhaka has already shared the areas of defense, trade and river water sharing will be the major issues regarding which discussion will happen. You all are watching all these major updates on Republic TV. We'll be right back.
August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state's Sonitpur.
के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सकें, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव, मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on his foot along with his Congress workers, and he was detained because that is not the permission that has been given.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
देश प्रेम का ज्वार, राष्ट्रवादी विचार, रिपब्लिक भारत तैयार, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's 4-day visit to India begins today. Countries aim to boost defense ties. Mining mafia shocker from Agra, toll barriers broken, 13 tractors pass in about 50 seconds. The Home Minister Amit Shah is in Mumbai today. Key meetings are lined up ahead of municipal corporation polls. The Jharkhand government's fate hangs in the balance. Soren is to seek a trust vote in the special session of the Assembly. Nitish Kumar likely to meet Rahul Gandhi, Arvind Kejriwal and left leaders today during his visit to Delhi. UK's PM race in the final countdown now. Tories seal the fate of Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss. UK gets a new Prime Minister today. Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Straight off, going across to Bengaluru right now, where several parts of the city remain inundated due to the heavy rainfall. Now, pictures on your screen are from the eco-space area of Marathali, Silk Board Junction Road, where several parts are still underwater. Now, do remember that Bangalore has received extremely heavy rainfall and severe waterlogging is being reported from several parts. Citizens, of course, continue to debate the quality of the city's infrastructure amid heavy rains that have led to severe waterlogging and flooding in several parts and also causing traffic congestion. Obviously, adding to the woes is the fact that today is a Monday morning. People will be going to work, schools will be open. So all of this makes one wonder what the situation of Bengaluru's infrastructure is. So pictures on your screen right now are of various parts of Bengaluru which remain inundated after extreme rainfall last night. I'm going to go across to Ashwin, I think, who's reporting on this. Ashwin, good morning. Give us a broader sense of how many areas in Bengaluru continue to remain underwater. And obviously, this is going to cause traffic snarls.
Absolutely. There is a large number of reports that are coming in from Bangalore as we speak. And what has happened is areas such as Sarjapur, BTM layout and areas surrounding the airport is also, we are getting reports of a heavy rain and thereby leading to flood-like situation in many spots in the district of Bengaluru. So there has been also continuous rain since last evening, and citizens also continue to debate. There has been a huge debate on the way the quality of the infrastructure facilities which are available in Bangalore due to this heavy rain, as every time when rain comes for 1 or 2 days, the entire city gets flooded and there is a complete halt to the transportation facility, and even public transport facility comes to a grinding halt and people are unable to commute. All the more there is more traffic which leads to a traffic jam, and added to that, the woes of the public still continues unabated because of the flood-like situation that keeps happening just with the rain that happens in a day or two. And that's the situation in Bangalore. We'll be giving you more updates very soon.
Absolutely, as Ashwin is pointing out, of course, several areas, including the outer ring road, major arterial roads and large swathes of Bengaluru have flooded once again after torrential rains poured the city on Sunday night. And Ashwin is continuing to bring us the latest on this. Now, Ashwin, also what we are given to understand is that this did cause several trees also to be uprooted. And given the fact that the outer ring road is flooded, things are looking difficult through the day today?
The one side of the outer ring road, especially the Bangalore Eco Space, the Marthahalli and Silk Board Junction, we are getting reports that there is huge floods in that area, and the water logging is consistent over there, and it has been causing terrible hardship to the people in that surrounding. And remember, the Silk Board Junction is one of the crucial junctions which leads to many of the crucial IT parks in the city. So the approach road to the IT parks have all been inundated, and this is a cause of worry. Marthahalli, another major IT hub, when there is a flood-like situation over there, it certainly causes worry, and this has to be dealt with by the administration for a long time. The citizens of Bengaluru has been asking for better infrastructure, better way of water management, sewage management, but it seems like all this is not working out, and this is a situation, just one day of rain and entire city gets inundated, and it's a cause of worry.
Right, absolutely. Ashwin bringing us those details. Thank you. Now, Bengal STF has arrested 2 traders with a large quantity of fire weapons from Assam. 9mm, 7mm pistols have been recovered. A total of about 12 pistols, along with 40 rounds of bullets have been recovered as well, according to sources within the STF. These firearms were brought from Bhagalpur and Munger in Bihar. 2 people have been arrested in this case so far and are being questioned. So we are given to understand that this appears to be a stash of arms and ammunition that has been recovered. So the Bengal STF getting into action over there. They've arrested 2 people already over this. And we are given to understand that about 12 pistols and a carbine have been recovered. There are 40 rounds of bullets that have also been recovered by the STF. These weapons, of course, were recovered in Asansol in West Bengal. Kishale is joining us live from the Bangla newsroom. He has more details on this. Good morning, Kishale. Give us more details, please.
Well, Nupur, exactly. This area, Asansol, and the adjoining areas are famous for its collieries, and also many activities which are not very legal takes place, and we cover that regularly from these areas. And now what we see that Bengal STF Special Task Force has recovered this huge consignment of arms from this area. All the coal mines of this area and the adjoining areas have a history of violence and crime, and therefore police suspects and Bengal STF suspects that these pistols and all the arms and ammunitions that has been recovered were brought from Bihar, Munger for all these purpose, for the purpose of illegal activities as well. So the police is trying to understand who are the people, who are the criminals who were exactly related to this activity of bringing all these arms from Bihar, Munger, and they are also trying to understand whether these arms would be taken to some other parts of West Bengal, including Kolkata or not. Because it has been seen previously as well that from Bihar, Munger, all these consignment of arms come through Asansol and then is distributed to different parts of West Bengal. The police is also trying to understand whether these arms were already being distributed to the adjoining areas or not, and whether all that has been recovered was brought, whether all that was the total amount of arms, or whether already some of these were transported to different parts of the state or not. So police is investigating the matter. They are trying to understand. They are also interrogating the 2 traders who have been now nabbed, and they are trying to understand who all else are connected to this whole criminal offence that has taken place in Bengal, Asansol. Nupur.
All right, now Kishale, also give us a sense of whether these arms and ammunition was actually headed for somewhere else. As you are pointing out, of course, it does appear that Asansol essentially is a hub for transporting these arms.
Yes, Nupur, exactly. What we have seen previously as well, when we were covering the previous incidents of arms and ammunition recovers from this area, that the coal mines and the collieries and the adjoining areas and the people who deal with it, many of them are connected to criminal activities, and there were previous incidences of arms recovery as well. Bengal STF, a special task force, has been active in this area since last few years, and we have seen multiple incidents where arms had been recovered. Today what we saw that there were about 12 pistols and a huge amount of ammunition recovered as well, and all this consignment came from Bihar, Munger, and we already know that Munger is quite infamous for production of these illegal weapons. So previously we saw that all these arms were also distributed in various parts of West Bengal, including parts of North Bengal. Whether this consignment was all that they had, or already they had transported some of those weapons recovered to different parts of West Bengal or not, that is something that STF is trying to understand and investigate after interrogating these 2 traders who were nabbed, and they are also trying to understand whether there were political connections or not, because this area is also infamous for political violence, especially during elections, and we know that Panchayat election is also coming a few months to go. So all these things are being considered by Bengal STF right now.
Right, absolutely. As you bring up the issue of the Panchayat polls in West Bengal, I was going to ask you that next, and Bengal, of course, is infamous for political violence. So are the STF also looking at that angle, perhaps?
Yes, exactly, Nupur. I will just brief you about the amount of weapon that has been recovered. It's 9mm pistols, 7mm pistols as well, and also carbines, which are very advanced weapons, and it can kill about many people in one go. And then there are 12 pistols and 40 rounds ammunition. So all these huge amount of arms. This is not just for some petty criminal to deal with. So whether this was being stored and this was being distributed for the purpose of violence during the upcoming panchayat election or not, because this area has seen political violence previously as well. So these are actually being considered by STF right now.
All right,
yes.
Kishale joining us from our Bangla newsroom. Thank you very much for bringing us those details. All right, so moving on now to pictures that we are getting from Uttar Pradesh. This is Lucknow. We are given to understand that a massive blaze has broken out at Hotel Levana that's located in the Hazratganj area of Lucknow. Several fire tenders have been pressed into action. You can see several firefighters, in fact, are trying to battle the blaze. Plumes of smoke coming out of this hotel. They're also appearing to break down the windows to try and rescue as many people. We are still trying to understand as to the number of people who could be trapped inside, but pictures on our screen seem to suggest that this is a huge blaze. As you can see, rescue workers are trying, in fact, to get people out from inside. We are still trying to ascertain the number of people who could be inside the hotel. But this is Hotel Levana, which is located in the Hazratganj area of Lucknow. Initial reports that we are getting seem to suggest that about 18 people have been rescued so far, and there are several who are still believed to be inside. Firefighters, of course, are at the blaze, and they are trying to conduct operations. Emergency services have also been put in place over there. Pictures on your screen, of course, are coming to you live. We are bringing you the latest of what's happening over there. It does appear that there are a large number of people who are still stuck inside. About 18 have been rescued so far. We are given to understand that this is being looked upon as a deadly fire in which several people are still believed to be trapped inside. We're still trying to ascertain the cause of this incident. It may be too early yet, but firefighters as well as the first responders already on the spot. So pictures on your screen are of the rescue operations that are being mounted currently to try and evacuate as many people as quickly as possible. And plumes of smoke, of course, still bellowing out of there seem to suggest that asphyxiation is something that obviously firefighters will be extremely worried about because it appears that the blaze is still not under control. We are also getting a quick update that seems to suggest that the traffic in the area has been halted and barricading is now in place around Hazratganj to ensure that firefighting operations as well as the rescue operations can be carried out as swiftly as possible. Pictures on your screen seem to suggest that the fire department has mounted staircases to try and get people out. They're breaking down those windows to rescue as many people as they can. 18 people, that's the number that we are getting as of now, have been evacuated. However, there are still fears that others could be trapped inside. This is a hotel that is located in Hazratganj in Lucknow. The cause of the fire is still not known, but we are trying to bring you more updates on this. This is Hotel Levana, which is located in Hazratganj area of the capital. We are given to understand that several fire tenders have been pressed into action to conduct operations in this area, and we are trying to bring you pictures from various angles of what's happening right now. There are fire service, of course, has been pressed into action, and the first responders, including paramedics, are already in place over there. We're going to try and go across to our correspondents on the ground to get you a fresh input on this, but here's what we know so far. This fire broke out early this morning, this is the Hotel Levana, which is located in Hazratganj, which is quite a crowded area of Lucknow. Several fire tenders were immediately pressed into action. About 18 people have been brought out from the hotel so far, but inputs suggest that there could be more people who are stranded. Now, initial reports seem to suggest that the blaze is still not under control, and of course, asphyxiation, as in cases like this, is something that the fire department is extremely worried about. You can see the amount of smoke that's bellowing out. We are also learning that staircases and rescue measures that are in place seem to suggest that people are still being pulled out of this building that continues to remain under fire. This is being treated as a grade 2 fire. Those are initial reports that we are getting. 4 ambulances, those are the first responders, of course, are at the site to try and rescue as many people. This is a breaking news story. We are getting you the latest from there. 18 people rescued so far. Harsha joining us live. Harsha, give us more details of what you're learning.
Exactly, we are getting to know that this is a hotel in Hazratganj area, Hotel Levana, where a huge fire broke out on the 3rd floor of this Hotel Levana. The reasons of how the fire broke out is yet not known by the fire officials and by the police officer. But the first priority is right now that how many people are stuck inside the hotel first to get them out. Till now, 18 people have been rescued from the hotel, but it is to the
आज तक ने लगातार दिखाया कि आप किस तरह से रेस्क्यू करते हैं प्लीज सांस लेने दीजिए साथ ले लो भाई पहले पानी
All right, we were trying to get you a reaction from the ground over there, but we're going to go back to Harsha on this one. Harsha, give us the latest that you are getting.
We are getting to know that the reason for this fire broke out could be the short circuit, but the fire officials have yet not confirmed the reasons how the fire broke out in the hotel. This is a Hotel Levana in a Hazratganj hotel, very popular and a hotel in a posh area of Hazratganj, a 3 to 4 floor hotel. But the fire was broke out on the 3rd floor, and now rescue operation is being done in that hotel. More than 18 people have been rescued till now through the windows of the hotel room. But according to fire officials, more people are supposed to be stuck inside Hotel Levana. There are many staff, there are many people who are related to the restaurant, because restaurant is also at the 3rd floor of the hotel, and there are many people who have checked in since 3 to 4 days in the hotel. The rescue operation is being carried out. More than 4 to 5 ambulances already outside the hotel. The main reason is still not confirmed. Is it the short circuit or something else? And let me tell you, more than 10 to 15 vehicles of fire are already here on the spot. So this is the very big, huge fire broke out in Hotel Levana in the Hazratganj area, because Hazratganj area is considered to be one of the posh locations of Lucknow, and the fire broke out here in such a big hotel. The reasons will be known after. The first priority is that the people who are stuck, the customers who are stuck inside the hotel, first to rescue them. Many staff of the hotels have been rescued from the ground floor and from the 2nd floor, but the fire from the 3rd floor has reached to the 4th floor and to the 2nd floor as well. There's a lot of suffocation, because of which the rescue operation is taking place through the window. 18 people have been rescued till now. No casualties have been reported yet by the fire officials. They have been told that till now 18 people have been rescued, and till now no casualty has been reported. But it is also being said that more than 10 to 15 people are more who are stuck inside the hotel. So the priority is that before any casualty happens, to rescue all those stuck people inside the hotel, to get them out. Therefore, 15 to 20 fire vehicles are here on the spot, and fire officials are trying their best to rescue all those who are stuck inside the hotel. Back to the studio.
All right, thank you for that update. Harsha, of course, continuing to get us the latest on this. But what we are learning right now, of course, is that about 18 people have been rescued. There are several others who are still believed to be inside the hotel, and they are being rescued from the various hotel rooms. This fire that broke out earlier this morning, of course, appears to be quite serious. There are about 10 to 15 fire tenders which are already in place over there. And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. The Supreme Court will hear Karnataka's hijab row today. The petitioners moved the top court against the decision of the High Court for making college uniforms mandatory for educational institutes. Now, earlier, massive uproar was seen in the state against the High Court's verdict. Jharkhand's Chief Minister Hemant Soren is to seek a trust vote in a special session of the Assembly today. Soren's government's fate hangs in the balance as it is to face a trust vote. Meanwhile, the opposition BJP legislator MLAs will also convene its party meeting to chalk out a strategy in the House. Amid Bihar's political turmoil, Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar is likely to meet the opposition leaders today. Nitish Kumar is expected to meet Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, among others, during his visit to the national capital. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is on a day-long visit to Mumbai. Amit Shah will visit the pandal of Lal Bagh Cha Raja, one of the oldest and most popular Ganesh mandals in Mumbai. He is expected to hold a meeting with party leaders ahead of PMC polls. Bangladesh's Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's 4-day visit to India begins today. The Prime Minister will reportedly focus on connectivity, energy, food security, as well as trade and investment opportunities between two countries. Amid several petitions that are to be heard today, the Supreme Court will hear petitions filed for the demand of enactment of population control laws. Now, this comes after several pleas were filed in the top court against repercussions of the increasing population in the country. The Supreme Court will hear the petition of TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee and his wife Ruchira Banerjee today to dismiss petitions that have been filed against ED summons. In the last hearing, the court, while giving interim relief to Abhishek Banerjee and Ruchira, had asked the ED to interrogate both of them in Kolkata. The accused Muruga Mutt's seer's judicial custody ends today. The seer is accused of sexually assaulting 2 minor girls and will be produced in court. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in his visit to Chennai will launch 26 schools and 15 model schools of Tamil Nadu government today. He, along with Tamil Nadu's Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, will be present at the event. The NCPCR chief will be visiting Jharkhand to probe the death of 2 minor girls in Dumka. Peeved at back-to-back incidents of crime against minor girls in Jharkhand, the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights has said that cases are alarming and their team would visit the state to take stock of the probe status. Well, a clash has been reported between Nihangs and Radhaswamy Dera in Beas in Amritsar last evening. Several people are believed to be injured in the clash between the two groups, and the situation continues to remain tense. Heavy police deployment is still continuing at the spot. Now, the Nihangs had given a call for a gathering at the spot. The scuffle was triggered following a fierce verbal duel between the groups after the herd of cattle that belongs to Nihangs Dera entered the Radhaswamy Dera. Let's go across to Amandeep. He's joining us with more details. Amandeep, tell us more of what happened and also update us on the situation currently.
Well, Nupur, this incident reported yesterday when the cattle belong to Nihangs Dera have all of a sudden entered into the Dera Radhaswamy in Beas. And in fact, that turned to be the point from where Radhaswamy Dera followers as well as from Nihangs clash reported between them on the national highway of Amritsar to Delhi. Just because the Nihang Singh's Gurdwara was also located on national highway, and in fact, Dera Beas is also located on the national highway in Beas as well. And in fact large number of people from both the groups have pelted stones and even used certain kind of weapons, whatever they could find on the road, and several people believed to be injured and they have been hospitalized by the police. And in fact a heavy police deployment has been done by the local police, and now the Punjab Police DGP is also monitoring the situation. But a surprising statement came from the side of the Nihangs in the morning when they have requested by releasing a video to all the Nihangs to gather at the spot, as the situation is very much tense, and in fact police as well as administration is trying to de-escalate the situation, but so far situation is very much tense and police is trying to cope up with the situation. Heavy police deployment at both the sides. Administration and the senior officials are trying to negotiate the talks with both the groups, including Radhaswamy Dera heads as well as the Nihangs as well, just because they both are aggressive to each other and having a confrontational attitude against each other, and even the situation remains to be very much tense, Nupur. Well, viewers, a joyride turned into a tragedy. Well, viewers, a joyride turned into the tragedy in Mohali in a fair when a spinning wheel has been collapsed in the fair, and in fact several people sustained serious injuries. Watch this entire story after a short break. Stay tuned.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on his foot along with his Congress workers, and he was detained because that is not the permission that has been given.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state's Sonitpur.
आजाद के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's 4-day visit to India starting today. Countries aim to boost defense ties. Mining mafia shocker from Agra, toll barrier broken. Massive fire reported in Lucknow. 18 rescued, several feared trapped. Rescue operations underway. And 16 injured in Mohali swing tragedy. FIR registered against organizers. Nitish Kumar likely to meet Rahul Gandhi, Arvind Kejriwal and left leaders today during his Delhi visit. And UK PM's race in the final leg. Tories seal fate of Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss. The United Kingdom to get new Prime Minister today. And breaking news coming in now. Tragedy reported in Mohali. As we were telling you after going in for that very short break, after a swing broke in Mohali Phase 8, many people are reported injured. Reports suggest nearly 16 women and kids had to be hospitalized after the accident. An FIR has been registered against organizers of the fete, but the organizers are absconding. They are at large. There's no sign of them. And it's a swing tragedy that took place at a fair in Mohali in Punjab. An FIR has been filed by the organizers of, as you can see, I think it's a Ferris wheel there, that a Ferris wheel ride, a joyride that went bad. A swing broke and 16 women and children injured. As far as we know, an FIR registered against the organizers. Well, that's the visual there of the swing breaking and falling down. 16 people on that joyride there, up in the air, many feet from the ground. And the whole thing comes crashing down. Amandeep, to tell us all that happened and the latest updates. Amandeep, it's over to you. We are actually seeing that visual there of the crashing of, is it a Ferris wheel? Give us more updates and details.
Well, the recent update is that FIR has been registered by the Mohali police against the organizers for the negligence and for ignoring the safety norms during this swing. And in fact, right now we are just on the spot where this tragedy happened last night. This was the spinning wheel which was actually crashes down yesterday night, and in fact you can see the visuals. This has been completely broken down, and in fact it has been landed all of a sudden from the almost height of 50 feet. And in fact you can see here are the people those who are injured. They were actually seated on this very much, and in fact this wheel was go up to the height of almost 50 feet and spin, and this is how the people enjoy the joyride. But this joyride has been turned into a tragedy for the people, not only the physically but the mental trauma as well. And in fact several people have been scared, and all of a sudden the most important point is that soon after this tragedy, the local administration has called off this fair, though this fair supposed to be continued till 11th of September. But now when this tragedy happened, this fair has been called off, everything has been packed up, and in fact an FIR has been registered against the organizers as well. We will try to show you from the very nearby of this entire swing, just because there is a technical snag. A belt has been broken which actually holds this spinning wheel at the height of 50 feet, but due to breaking down of that belt, this entire tragedy happened, leaving more than 60 people injured, including the females as well as the children. And you can see these are the broken parts of this entire swing, and we will show you and detail the entire situation, that how it happened. And in fact, every kind of safety norm has been ignored while installing this swing into this fair. You can see these are the broken pieces of this spinning wheel, and even this spinning wheel goes up to the height of 50 feet with the help of these rods. And in fact, at the height of 50 feet, a belt was installed that actually hold this spinning wheel, and people enjoy the joyride. That was the only safety point which was connected this. And in fact, the most important point, even the administration has learned that there was no fire brigade, there was no ambulance has been deployed here to deal with any kind of uncertainty. But yes, the now FIR has been registered against the organizers, and this fair has been called off, which is supposed to be continued till 11th of September. And in fact, now the police will further investigate the case, that how it happened and who all are involved. Yes.
Well, many thanks, Amandeep, for those details. And we're actually seeing the visuals there and showing our viewers of the crashing down with 16 women and children. That spinning wheel crashing down because of a faulty belt. FIR registered in the case, and many thanks, Amandeep. We'll connect with you later for more. Moving on now to other breaking news, and an update coming in from Dumka in Jharkhand, where we are hearing of massive outrage among the public over the alleged rape and murder of a minor tribal girl. Tribal organizations have called a bandh today, and these are visuals of the bandh that's been called. Okay, joining us now is our correspondent Lomas, who's at the spot. He's in Dumka. Lomas, well, tribal organizations there, we are hearing, have come out in huge numbers to protest. Kya hai taza update? What is the situation? Take us through what's happening.
बिल्कुल, मैं आपको बता दूं कि यहाँ पे आदिवासी संगठनों ने एक दिन का बंद का आह्वान किया। आप देख सकते हैं दुमका को पूरी तरीके से बंद करने का आह्वान आदिवासी संगठनों के द्वारा किया गया, क्योंकि आदिवासी बेटी को पेड़ से लटका करके उसकी जान ले ली गई। आप देख सकते हैं कितने रोष में है, और साथ ही इनकी मांग है कि जल्द से जल्द इस पूरे मामले में सीबीआई जांच हो और जो आरोपी है उसको मृत्यु की सजा दी जाए, उसको फांसी की सजा दिया जाए। आप देख सकते हैं तस्वीरों के माध्यम से, ये लाइव तस्वीरें हैं जहां पे आदिवासी संगठनों के द्वारा यहां पे प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। हमारे साथ कुछ लोग हैं बात करने के लिए, हम उनसे भी जानेंगे क्या क्या उनकी मांगे हैं। क्या क्या मांगे हैं आपकी?
सबसे पहले हमें तो ना है, सबसे पहले उसको सीबीआई जांच करनी चाहिए। उसके बाद उसके परिवार को 1 करोड़ मुआवजा देना चाहिए। उसके परिवार में लोगों को एक सरकारी नौकरी देना चाहिए, और जो अरमान अंसारी है उसको जल्द से जल्द फांसी होनी चाहिए। नहीं तो आदिवासी संगठन चुप बैठने वाला नहीं है, उसको अंजाम तक ले देगा।
10 दिन में 2 घटनाएं, 2 बेटी को यहाँ पे मार डाला जाता है, लेकिन जो आरोपी है एक तस्वीर में देखते हैं कि वो हंसते हुए जा रहा होता है, और दूसरे आरोपी को केवल पकड़ लिया जाता है।
देखिए, आप जान रहे हैं यहाँ का शासन जो आप कितना, मतलब ये घटना को कितना हल्का में दे रहे हैं झारखंड सरकार, झारखंड के मुखिया। आप जान रहे हैं जिसका रोम जल रहा था, नीरो आराम से सो रहा था, उसकी प्रकार झारखंड के मुखिया भी, झारखंड जल रहा है, वो आराम से सुस्त यहाँ पे सोए हुए हैं। लेकिन इस सरकार से हमें कोई न्याय नहीं दे सकता है, क्योंकि ये सरकार गूंगी बहरी और लंगड़ी सरकार है।
हेमंत सोरेन ने कल बयान दिया था, उन्होंने कहा था ये घटनाएं आम है,
क्योंकि हेमंत सोरेन कभी सोने का चम्मच लेके पैदा हुआ है, कभी गरीबी नहीं देखा है, छोटे बच्चे कभी अपना दर्द नहीं देखा है। जब उनका बेटा बेटी किसी उसके, भगवान ना करे ऐसा हो, अगर उसके साथ हादसा हो जाएगा तो उसको कितना दर्द लगेगा। जिसके परिवार को उसकी बेटी मर गई, कितना दर्द होता होगा। वो सोने का चम्मच लेके पैदा गरीबी नहीं देखा, गरीबी हम जैसे लोग देखे हैं, यहाँ तड़प करके उस जगह जा रहे हैं।
शासन प्रशासन ने जबरदस्ती उस बेटी को दफनाया कि मामला शांत हो जाए।
देखिए, हमेशा मैं पहले से ही कर रहा हूँ, झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा सरकार हमेशा उसको अपने नाकामिया को दफनाना चाहती है, उसको बंद करना चाहती है। वो नहीं चाहती है कि पूरे समाज में माहौल खड़ा हो, क्योंकि आदिवासी बेटी के साथ इस प्रकार गलत हुआ है। वो इसीलिए जल्दी से जल्दी वो जेसीबी लाते हैं और उसको दफनाते हैं। लेकिन आदिवासी समाज में ऐसा नहीं है। एक गुडित होता है, वो 10 जगह 10 घर में बोलता है, पूरे समाज में बोलता है कि फलना व्यक्ति फलना हुआ है। गौशान हम लोग बुलाते हैं, लेकिन झारखंड सरकार की रवैया ठीक नहीं है। वो जेसीबी लाता है और उस बच्ची को तुरंत गाड़ता है। वो आदिवासी परंपरा में नहीं आता है। लेकिन झारखंड के मुखिया सो रहे हैं आराम से, इसलिए उससे कोई
देखिए झारखंड के मुखिया सो रहे हैं। आपको मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा यहाँ पे जो पैम्पलेट है, सीबीआई की जांच होनी चाहिए। पीड़ित परिवार वालों को एक सरकारी नौकरी देना है और यहाँ पे आरोपियों को फांसी की सजा की मांग यहाँ पे उठाई जा रही है लगातार। यहाँ पे अरमान अंसारी को फांसी की सजा देने की बात यहाँ पर लगातार जो आदिवासी संगठन है वो उनके द्वारा किया जा रहा है। आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पर पूरी तरीके से जो दुमका मार्केट को बंद रखा गया है, पूरी तरीके से दुमका को बंद रखा गया है। यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं कि कितने गुस्से में है लोग। यहाँ पे लगातार जो सोरेन सरकार की कार्यशैली को लेकर के यहाँ पे कई सवाल उठाए जा रहे हैं। जी
Well, Lomas, anger against the government, as we are seeing. How many tribal organizations are there? Meanwhile, what are the latest updates as far as investigations into the death of the tribal girl is concerned? We believe she is, as reports are telling us, she was a teenager. What are her parents saying? So demands for justice clearly growing louder across Jharkhand.
बिल्कुल मैं आपको बता दूं कि इस पूरे मामले में पॉस्को एक्ट यहां पे लगा दिया है। लेकिन जो परिवार वाले हैं उनकी साफ तौर पे डिमांड है जो आरोपी हैं उनको फांसी की सजा दी जाए। और जिस तरीके से सरकार का रवैया है आदिवासियों को लेकर के, तो कहीं ना कहीं सरकार पे लगातार उनका गुस्सा देखने को मिल रहा है। लगातार वो सरकार की आलोचना कर रहे हैं। उनकी मांग है कि जिस तरीके से उनकी बेटी को पेड़ पे हैंग किया था, उसी तरीके से अरमान अंसारी को भी हैंग किया जाए। तो कहीं ना कहीं आप देख सकते हैं कि इसी के विरोध में आज पूरे दुमका मार्केट को यहाँ पे बंद रखा गया है। आप देख सकते हैं तस्वीरों के माध्यम से यहाँ पे भारी पुलिस बल को भी तैनात किया गया है। लगातार हम तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं। और जिस तरीके से दुमका में 10 दिनों के अंदर 2 घटनाएं होती है, एक बेटी को उसके घर में ही जला दिया जाता है तो दूसरी बेटी को यहाँ पे पेड़ से हैंग कर दिया जाता है। तो कहीं ना कहीं लोग काफी गुस्साए हुए हैं। लोग इसका विरोध पूरी तरीके से आज दुमका को बंद करने के बाद
So the POCSO Act demands from the family as well as tribal organizations that justice be done in this particular case. 2 cases back to back, taking place back to back deaths reported of tribal minor girls there, and now we are seeing tribal organizations up in arms in Dumka in particular. Well, Lomas, the anger against the government, that's what's most visible. But let's take a look at, when we recall some of the statements that the Jharkhand Chief Minister has made, they clearly don't seem to reflect the kind of sensitivity that we would expect at such a time as far as sentiments of the public are concerned.
बिल्कुल आपने सही कहा। जिस तरीके से सीएम हेमंत सोरेन ने एक बयान दिया जिसमें कहा कि ये घटनाएं आम है, तो कहीं ना कहीं उसका भी विरोध यहां पे देखने को मिल रहा है। लगातार जो दुमका के आम नागरिक हो या फिर आदिवासी संगठन के लोग हैं, उनके द्वारा कहा जा रहा है जब हमारे सीएम ही इस तरह के बयान देंगे तो आम पब्लिक कैसे सुरक्षित यहां पे रह सकते हैं। आप देख सकते हैं कि पूरी तरीके से आज दुमका को बंद रखा गया। उनका कहना है कि लगभग 10 दिन के अंदर 2 बेटियों को यहाँ पे, एक बेटी को जला दिया जाता है तो दूसरी बेटी को हैंग कर दिया जाता है। तो कहीं ना कहीं जो अपराधी मानसिक के लोग हैं वो लगातार पनप रहे हैं। उसको रोकने में सरकार, यहाँ की सरकार काफी विफल है। सीएम हेमंत सोरेन को यहाँ पे इस्तीफा दे देना चाहिए। लगातार वो इस्तीफा की मांग यहाँ पे आदिवासी संगठनों द्वारा उठाया जा रहा है। जी
Well, many thanks, Lomas. Stay on that story. We'll be back with you throughout the day for more. So these are visuals we're getting you from Dumka. Lomas, our correspondent there, giving us all the updates as they happen, reporting on the massive uproar against the state government in particular, as back-to-back deaths of minor girls are reported, and tribal organizations today out on the streets of Dumka protesting and demanding justice.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां हैं लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है, क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल है, चारों तरफ से सराउंड कर दिया गया है।
Soon after the incident, fire tenders immediately rushed to douse the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar likely to meet Rahul Gandhi, Arvind Kejriwal and left leaders today on his Delhi visit. UK Prime Ministerial race in the final countdown. Tories seal fate of Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss. UK to get new Prime Minister today.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state Sonitpur.
आजाद के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव, मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on his foot along with his Congress workers, and he was detained because that is not the permission that has been given.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive.
Breaking news in live and breaking now at this point. Earlier in the day, in the early morning hours, we reported the Lucknow fire in the Livana Hotel in Lucknow, but in a latest update, we're hearing that one is feared dead, several still trapped inside the 4-storied hotel. One has been reported dead, and a fire broke out in the early morning hours, just around 8 a.m. Vivek, our correspondent on that story. Vivek, are fire tenders still there at the spot? Are firefighters struggling to get inmates. Are any more people trapped inside that hotel? It's over to you for all the details and updates at this point. This is the Livana Hotel in Hazratganj area in Lucknow, the Uttar Pradesh capital, where fire broke out around 8 a.m. this morning. Fire tenders and firefighters at the spot. We've been reporting the story since this morning. In a latest update, we believe one person has been reported dead. The fire has been brought under control somewhat, as we can see from those visuals there. The smoke earlier that was billowing out of almost the entire building. So it clearly looked very deadly, and firefighters had to wear masks even as they struggled to evacuate inmates who were trapped inside. Now we are hearing that one person has died in that fire. This is the Hotel Livana in Hazratganj area of capital of Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow. Several fire tenders and firefighters still at the spot. Rescue operations continue. As you can see, police also pitching in their efforts. Police as well as firefighters at the spot there, trying to evacuate as many people as they can. This is the Livana Hotel in Hazratganj in Lucknow, the Uttar Pradesh capital. Well, all the questions at this point arise about what safety measures were in place. Earlier in the day, we had told you that it was a faulty electric circuit. It was a short circuit that had caused the fire, although investigations will bring out more details. Now we can see that how police and firefighters are pitching in their efforts and uniting in their efforts in order to save and evacuate as many people as they can from the Hotel Livana in Hazratganj in Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. It's a well-known hotel in Hazratganj in the Uttar Pradesh capital, a 4-storied hotel, and fire tenders still at the spot and firefighting efforts still underway. Earlier we had seen thick black smoke emanating from the building. And as we know, the smoke can be as dangerous as flames. Clearly the flames were doused earlier on in the firefighting efforts, but the smoke continued to pose a problem as firefighters and those who were evacuated as well had to wear masks. And the police of Lucknow as well as firefighters united in their efforts and struggling to evacuate. And coming up in a short while, after a very short break, all the updates as Union Home Minister Amit Shah visits Mumbai and set to pay his respects and offer prayers before Lal Bagh Cha Raja.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state Sonitpur.
के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
National stories now. Iraqi Prime Minister Mustafa al-Kadhimi meets U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Middle Eastern Affairs Barbara Leaf for talks on the country's political crisis. At least 30 people were killed and over 400 were wounded last week after supporters of the popular Shiite Tehrik Muqtada al-Sadr clashed with Iraqi security forces inside the heavily fortified Green Zone, the seat of Iraq's government. A series of stabbings in two communities in the Canadian province of Saskatchewan has left 10 dead and 15 wounded. Police are looking for the two suspects in the case. The stabbings took place at multiple locations on the James Smith Cree Nation and in the village of Weldon, northeast of Saskatoon. The Assistant Commissioner of the Saskatchewan has said that some of the victims appear to have been targeted by the suspects, but others appear to have been attacked at random. Argentina's Health Minister Carla Vizzotti confirms Legionella bacteria as a source of a mysterious outbreak of pneumonia that has killed 4 people, affecting 7 more and raising the alarm among experts. Authorities have identified Legionella as the cause of the cluster of pneumonia cases in this country. The Health Minister went to the northern province of Tucumán to monitor the outbreak, which began in late August.
On occasion of Ganesh Utsav, Union Home Minister Amit Shah to visit Lal Bagh Ka Raja this around 10:30. Later, he is also going to take a darshan tour in Mumbai as well. Continuously rolling on this story. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on his foot along with his Congress workers, and he was detained because that is not the permission that has been given.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state's Sonitpur.
आजाद के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सकें, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव, मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
Bangladesh's Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is on a 4-day visit to India. Continues countries to aim to boost defence ties. It's a massive fire in Lucknow. 18 people have been rescued so far. Several are still feared trapped inside. 16 injured in the Mohali swing tragedy. An FIR is registered against the organisers of the fair. Nitish Kumar likely to meet Rahul Gandhi, Arvind Kejriwal and left leaders today in the national capital. It's the final countdown for Britain's prime ministerial race. Tories seal the fate of Rishi Sunak as well as Liz Truss. The country is to get a new prime minister. Good morning. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with the Union Home Minister Amit Shah's visit to Mumbai today. Amit Shah, of course, is on a 2-day visit to the financial capital of the country. He will be visiting the pandal of the Lal Bagcha Raja. After the Ganesh Darshan, of course, Amit Shah is expected to meet Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and the Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and draw a blueprint in the run-up to the polls for the BMC. Alisha is reporting from Lal Bagcha Raja. We're going to go straight across live to her in just a bit to get you details of what's happening over there. But this is a visit, of course, which has drawn considerable attention, as we have been talking about. Of course, he's here on a 2-day visit. He arrived late last night, and today, of course, apart from visiting all the Ganesh pandals, including the very famous Lal Bagcha Raja in Mumbai, he will be going. He also has a packed itinerary.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah is on a day-long visit to Mumbai. Amit Shah is expected to visit the pandal of the Lal Bagcha Raja, one of the oldest and popular Ganesh pandals in Mumbai.
गणेश दर्शन ते घेणार आहे, पण आम्ही त्यांना विनंती केली आहे की त्यांच्या सहवासाचा लाभ आम्हाला या ठिकाणी मिळाला पाहिजे. त्यामुळे निश्चित काही ना काही राजकीय बैठक तर होईलच.
During his visit, he would also hold a meeting with party leaders and draw a blueprint in the run-up to the BMC polls. He will also inaugurate the Nayak Charitable Trust School in Powai. During the visit, the Home Minister will offer prayers at the Lal Bagcha Raja at Lal Bagh and visit the residence of Eknath Shinde, Fadnavis and Mumbai BJP President Ashish Shelar. Amit Shah will also hold meetings with the state BJP's core committee members. This is Amit Shah's first visit to Mumbai after the new government led by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde took charge. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And Alisha now is reporting from Lal Bagcha Raja. Alisha, give us a sense of what's happening around you. We are expecting the Home Minister to arrive there shortly.
Well, yes, Nupur, we'll directly show you the visuals of Lal Bagcha Raja, where Union Home Minister Amit Shah is going to come here to pray office. And this is not the first time, but every year where Amit Shah comes to the same pandal, to the Lal Bagcha Raja pandal, and he offers a prayer. Well, due to the COVID, it was not there. We know that the Lal Bagcha Raja pandal was not really, the idol was not installed here for the last 2 years. But after the Maharashtra government, that is the new Maharashtra government, Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis government, who has given the permission and also revoked the decision to not limit the height of the idol. Now here we can see Lal Bagh Ka Raja, which is of 14 feet of idol which installed, and there, I'll request my video journalist Sunil to just show you in and around the crowd that we can see here around, and specifically when it comes to the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who is going to visit by around 10:30 a.m. in the morning, and he will be accompanied by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis as well. Right after that, Amit Shah to visit Mumbai President Ashish Shalar resident to offer prayer at his residence, and later he is going to go Varsha Bungalow, that is an official bungalow of Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, to offer prayer at the mandir that has been installed for the Ganpati Darshan. So here we have been showing you the visuals from Lal Bagh Ka Raja, where Union Home Minister Amit Shah will reach by 10:30 is according to his itinerary, where he is going to reach by around 10:30 a.m. Looking into the security, we know that BDDS and crime branch officials has already been deployed in civils here to look after the security. There are the checkpoints in and around, but if we can show the visuals of the crowd, the people that they have been waiting since 2 years here. 2 years they've been waiting here, and finally this year, when after the government which lifted out the height of the idol, which was earlier to the 4 to 5 feet at the Sarvajanik Pandals, after the decision has been lifted up by the new government, we can see the Lal Bagh Ka Raja here, the visuals in and around here. We can see where Amit Shah shortly is going to reach to offer prayers. Yes, Nupur.
All right, of course, as you're pointing out that the Home Minister will arrive there shortly. But apart from that, Alicia, he does have a 2-day packed itinerary, and we are given to understand that a lot of it will revolve around the BMC elections.
Thank you. Well, of course, it's for the 2 days itinerary of the Amit Shah, who's on a tour in Mumbai. He reached last night at around 9:30 in Mumbai, and later he stayed in a Sayadri guest house. But today, talking about today itinerary, it will be the Ganpati Darshan as well as the starting from Lal Bagh Ka Raja, and later he's going to be at the Ashish Shalar residence, and later will be at the Varsha Bungalow, which is Eknath Shinde official bungalow, and later will be at Devendra Fadnavis bungalow as well. So most importantly, what even has been informed by our sources, that the upcoming BMC elections is something going to be even discussed over the visit of Amit Shah. There could be a possibility of meeting of the BJP to discuss the strategy to put a blueprint over the BMC elections to defeat Uddhav Thackeray. So this could be the plan of action. But if we talk about today, it is something very important, and we have been continuously showing you the visuals of Lal Bagh Ka Raja, where Union Home Ministers and the other, even the Chief Ministers and the Devendra Fadnavis is going to come here to offer prayers at Lal Bagh Ka Raja, and later they will be visiting. But we can see that even volunteers here, they have been managing each and every crowd. This is very important, and we have been seeing is like each and every year we see this, the volunteers of the Lal Bagh Ka Raja who manage the crowd, but as well as the VIP movement as well. So it's very important to even see the picture, of what exactly is been happening, and it's also looking at the security. We'll even talk to some of the authority from Lal Bagh Ka Raja. We'll speak to some, but as we know that the Mumbai police has already been deployed, the crime branch has already been deployed, and we have the secretary itself. Sir, Amit Shah आने वाले हैं, किस तरीके की तैयारी यहाँ पर की जा रही है, क्योंकि एक VIP मूवमेंट रहेगा, क्या जो है सिक्योरिटी को देखते हुए?
लाल बाग का राजा सार्वजनिक गणेशोत्सव मंडल 89th ईयर से चल रहा है। ये फेस्टिवल अभी जो है वो 89th ईयर का फेस्टिवल है। आपने हिंदुस्तान के सम्माननीय गृह मंत्री माननीय अमित जी शाह अभी यहाँ पे आने वाले हैं लाल बाग का राजा का दर्शन करने के लिए। वैसे तो माननीय अमित जी शाह हर साल लाल बाग का राजा का दर्शन के लिए आते हैं। हमें याद है कि बहुत सालों से जब भी वो गुजरात में होम मिनिस्टर थे तभी भी वो आए थे, उसके पहले MLA थे तभी भी वो आए थे। लाल बाग का राजा का एक अप्रतिम भाविक वो है, वो श्रद्धालु है। अनेक बहुत सालों से उन्हें लाल बाग के राजा के प्रति भावना होने से कारण वो हमेशा यहाँ पे दर्शन के लिए आते हैं। और सिक्योरिटी के तौर पे देखा जाए तो लाल बाग का राजा का मंडल उनके आने की पूरी तैयारी कर दें, उनके स्वागत की पूरी तैयारी कर दें। यहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी के तौर पे हमारे जो मुंबई पुलिस प्रशासन है उन्होंने अच्छे तरह से बंदोबस्त किया है। हमारे मंडल के स्वयंसेवक भी हमने हर एक जगह पे जैसे उनके पुलिस प्रशासन के सूचना के अनुसार हमने तैनात किए हैं।
खास तौर पर ये अब 2 साल के बाद हो रहा है क्योंकि कोविड काल के दौरान जो है एक तरफ मूर्ति नहीं बिठाई गई थी, लेकिन इस बार जैसे सरकार ने जो हाइट को लेकर जो लिफ्ट था वो हटाने के बाद इस बार की क्राउड भी कहीं ना कहीं पर कुछ ज़्यादा दिखाई दे रहा है पहले दिन से।
निश्चित वो ये जो 2 साल के बाद लालबाग का राजा का दर्शन होने लगा है भाविकों को, तो वो तौर पे ये जो क्राउड है फुटबॉल से ये बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ गया ऐसे हमें लगता है, क्योंकि अभी आज 6वां दिन है गणपति बप्पा का और 5 दिन में हमने ये एक्सपीरियंस किया है कि पहले जितने भाविक आते थे उससे कई ज़्यादा ये साल श्रद्धालु आ रहे हैं और लालबाग का राजा मंडल उनकी व्यवस्था अच्छी कर रहे हैं, उनका दर्शन अच्छी तरह से हो रहा है।
It is very important to note that the arrangements for the people specifically has been made very carefully because it's after the 2 years where we can see the Lalbagh ka Raja who has come across to the people, and the people across the world comes to the same pandal to just take a darshan, and from any minute from now where even Amit Shah is going to visit along with the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister to pray their offers.
All right, Alisha bringing us those details about Amit Shah's visit. Thank you for joining us. As Alisha is pointing out, we're expecting the Home Minister to be visiting the pandal very shortly. And cutting across to pictures that we're getting from Lucknow, the fire over there is still continuing to blaze. One person has so far reported to have died in the blaze.
है और दीवार को तोड़ने के बाद फिर वहाँ पर ये स्थिति देखी जा रही है। एक दो बात भी कहना चाहूँगा, यहीं के रहने वाले हैं आप? यहीं के रहने वाले हैं? कहाँ के?
यहीं रहते हैं।
इसी में ये कितने बजे का क्या स्थिति रही? क्या
ये मुझे भी बाद में पता चला, करीब ये 8:15 बजे के आसपास की घटना है।
नहीं तो क्या धुआं उठता आप लोगों ने देखा या कैसे?
नहीं, मुझे भी बहुत बात करने की जो स्थिति है उससे कहीं ना कहीं ऑलरेडी दमकल वगैरह की गाड़ियाँ आ चुकी थी, तो इसलिए बहुत ज़्यादा मैं बता नहीं पाऊँगा कैसे शुरू हुआ।
लोगों को देखा आपने? कई लोग को निकाला गया?
नहीं, उधर के सिचुएशन को मैंने नहीं देखा, हम इसी यहीं पे रहे, इसलिए यहाँ से कोई बॉडी वगैरह को
दीवार तोड़ी गई। यहाँ से क्या बहुत ज़्यादा धुआं निकल रहा है?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, यहाँ से आग अंदर भी थी और काफ़ी धुआं निकल रहा था जी।
देखिए, एक तरफ तो दीवार तोड़ी जा चुकी है, लेकिन देखिए दूसरी तरफ भी दीवार तोड़ने की कोशिश, बुलडोज़र पूरे एक्शन में। सामने की जो तस्वीर है रिपब्लिक भारत पर आप देख रहे हैं, बुलडोज़र द्वारा इस पूरे दीवार को तोड़ने की कोशिश लगातार जारी। एक तरफ की दीवार तोड़ी जा चुकी है, दूसरी तरफ की दीवार तोड़ने की कोशिश हो रही है, और ये कहीं ना कहीं आग बुझाने की वो कवायद जिससे कि यहाँ के जो जी।
All right, so pictures on your screen are coming to you from the hotel where this fire broke out earlier this morning. This is the Hazratganj area of Lucknow. Several fire tenders, of course, have been deployed to control the blaze. About 16 people were rescued earlier.
अठारह कमरे ऑक्यूपाइड थे और इसके अलावा स्टाफ यदि रहा हो तो उनको सबको कंफर्म कर रहे हैं। धुएं में चूँकि अंदर देख पाना थोड़ा मुश्किल हो रहा है, तो मेरे विचार से जितने लोग यहाँ मौजूद रहे थे अधिकांश को पुलिस द्वारा निकाल लिया गया, लगभग सभी को निकाल लिया गया।
एक कमरे में अभी भी कोई फंसा हुआ है?
ये देखा जा रहा है कि कहीं कोई फंसा हुआ ना हो। हर कमरे को चेक किया जा रहा है, चूँकि इनमें धुआं भरा हुआ है इसलिए देख पाना थोड़ा मुश्किल हो रहा है। जब तक हम सारे कमरे चेक ना कर लें आपके सवाल का उचित जवाब दे पाना मुश्किल होगा।
All right, so as the reports seem to suggest, everybody who was stuck inside has been rescued. Fire tenders still trying to control the blaze. This fire, of course, broke out earlier this morning. All right, smoke, of course, continues to bellow out of this hotel. Now, this hotel, of course, is located in the Hazratganj area of Lucknow. About 18 people were rescued earlier, and there are reports that seem to suggest that one person has unfortunately died in the fire. Now, we are going across to Rangareddy in Telangana, where another fire broke out at Chintalmet due to a short circuit under the Rajendra Nagar police station. Pictures on your screen are of earlier this morning, perhaps late last night, when this blaze broke out. This is the Chintalmet area of Rangareddy in Telangana, and reports seem to suggest that this fire took place due to a short circuit. I'm going to try and go across to Aneri, who is reporting on this, but these are just scant details that are now emerging. It does appear to be a highly populated area where this fire broke out. Let me go across to Aneri. Aneri, give us more details of this blaze. All right, we are still trying to connect to Aneri. We'll just fix that. Go back to
Rajendra Nagar police station limits, where we have been seeing that there was a massive fire which broke out and fire tenders had rushed to the spot. However, the police officials say that the fire short circuit could be the reason, but however, there's yet to be confirmation in regard with what would be the reason why this massive fire took place. However, the police officials also confirmed that no casualties or no one has been injured in this particular incident which has taken place, but also at the same time there were 3 godowns which were booted in fire, and also at the same time an auto also was burnt in this fire accident which has taken place in Rajendra Nagar limits. Well, this incident has taken place on Sunday evening, where we see that there was a massive fire which broke out, and also at the same time it is to be believed that the solution which is being used in the furniture also could be the reason for the fire incident which has taken place, or a short circuit. However, now the police officials have registered a case, and further investigation has also been taken up by the authorities into this matter, and to know what exactly is the reason behind the fire accident which has taken place.
All right, Aneri bringing us the details from Hyderabad. Thank you for joining us. As Aneri is pointing out, it does appear that a short circuit could have caused the blaze. And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. 5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring, with a case filed in connection with a fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well. The special CP of the Delhi Police's crime branch, while commenting on the Afghan national arrested for a drug trading charge, has said that a nexus is being unravelled with the trade involving terrorists, drug smugglers and gangsters, with the ISI operating this nexus.
अफगान नेशनल है अब्दुल्ला, जो 2016 में इंडिया आया था मेडिकल वीज़ा के बहाने से। उसके बाद ये लोग ड्रग्स में इन्वॉल्व हो गए। जैसा आपको पता ही है, यूएस के जाने के बाद, अफ़गानिस्तान छोड़ने के बाद यूएस फोर्सेस के काफ़ी सारे अफ़गान नेशनल्स अब इसमें एक्टिवली इन्वॉल्व हो गए। पहले जो कम स्तर पे था, अब वो काफ़ी लार्ज स्केल पे ड्रग स्मगलिंग हो रही है। बेसिकली लैंड रूट और सी रूट दोनों यूज़ हो रहे हैं। लैंड रूट पे जो पंजाब और राजस्थान और जम्मू कश्मीर बॉर्डर है, वहाँ पे ड्रोन्स के ज़रिए आते हैं। सी रूट पे जो गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र और केरला, कर्नाटका वाला जो कोस्ट है, वहाँ पे फिशिंग बोट्स और बड़े पोर्ट्स पे कंटेनर्स के थ्रू आ रहा है, और ये हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है।
And waterlogging is being reported from various parts of Bengaluru after heavy rainfall last night. Traffic signals are also being located at various, reported, I beg your pardon, at various locations. The Jammu-Srinagar highway has been blocked near Ramban due to a continuous barrage of shooting stones along the highway. Now, business tycoon Cyrus Mistry lost his life in a tragic accident in Palghar district when he was on his way to Mumbai from Ahmedabad along with 3 other passengers. 1 more person lost their life while 2 others are being treated for their injuries.
Cyrus Mistry met with an accident and lost his life. Unfortunately, a road accident, and this is the Mercedes car. Cyrus Mistry, including 3 people, were traveling in this, and you can see in the visuals the stains of blood are there in this Mercedes car. You can imagine how deadly this accident could be. Cyrus Mistry was traveling from Ahmedabad to Mumbai, and he met with an tragic accident. And in fact, this is the place where said this is the seat where Cyrus Mistry was seated, and when the car was coming from Ahmedabad to Mumbai, we are just 1 kilometer away from the location, from the spot where this accident took place. But we are showing you the exclusive visuals of the car. You can understand how deadly this accident would have been as it met with an accident. And you can see all the parts of this vehicle, this Mercedes vehicle is out up, and you can see how tragic it could have been and how deadly this accident took place. And we also spoke to the several locals out here to get an idea about how it happened. But what we have been told that the driver who was driving lost his control, and due to which it hit the divider, and this happened. And in fact, Cyrus Mistry, including Jahangir, lose their life in this accident. And the incident in fact took place just 1 kilometer away from this place.
It's happened at 3:15 today near Surya River. He's coming from Ahmedabad, coming from Gujarat and going to Mumbai. And during that journey, the accident happens near the Surya River bridge.
We are at the right very location at Ahmedabad Mumbai highway, and in fact this is the Mumbai Ahmedabad highway wherein Cyrus Mistry was travelling from Ahmedabad towards Mumbai. That is the road which comes from Ahmedabad and connects Mumbai, and in fact this is Palghar district, and the road is broad out there. Now, as soon as his car came, the road gets narrower as it reaches to the Surya River bridge. This is the divider. My video journalist Sheikh is showing you in the visuals. This is the divider wherein his Mercedes car met with an accident, and in fact there were 4 people in the car, and Cyrus Mistry, who was traveling with 3 more people out there.
Yes, inquest Panchanama is already has been done, and the PM, we are sending the bodies for PM at JJ Hospital. and we can have word say after inquest PM report.
We have been reporting right outside the JJ hospital where the mortal remains will be brought in here at JJ hospital for the post-mortem. So according to the police officials, the vehicle has been sent to the RTO for a thorough examination. Police have an eyewitness in the case who saw the car ramming into parapet of the bridge. He was the one who alerted the police, after which a police vehicle immediately pressed into action. Forensic team from Kalina Laboratory at location. They have been collecting samples. Police also informed that from the preliminary examination of the car, the dual airbags affixed to the driver and the front passenger seat can be seen. However, no such airbags are seen on the rear seat. Police sources also informed that prima facie there does not seem to be defect either in the road engineer or the vehicle. So this is the information over the accident that happened.
Viewers, we are reporting from Mumbai's Breach Candy Hospital, where we are anticipating that at some point the two co-passengers of Cyrus Mistry who have survived the crash, that is Anahita Pandole and Darius Pandole, will be brought after they are cleared and stabilized at the Palghar hospital where they were receiving the preliminary treatment. Now, not a lot is known about their condition. It is only reported that it was Anahita who was the driver of the ill-fated car, and it is believed that would mean that Darius was seated in the rear because the passenger was Cyrus Mistry. That is the initial information. We will of course have to wait to find out. A probe has also been ordered into the entire accident, the tragedy that has claimed the life of Cyrus Mistry and one other person, a co-passenger named Jahangir. These are the two who have died. Cyrus Mistry was of course only 54 years of age, so his passing comes at a very untimely stage of his life, and it has really shocked the country.
The fate of the accused here, who has been alleged to have been involved in a sexual assault of two minors, will be decided today, as the police custody will end at around 11 a.m. After which, whether he will get the interim bail which has been requested, or will he be sent to judicial custody and be sent to a jail, all these things needs to be seen. Republic TV is reporting on the ground on the story, the only national news channel reporting on the ground from Chitradurga. Stay tuned for more updates on the story after the break.
On occasion of Ganesh Utsav, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is in Mumbai and going to offer his prayer in a Lal Bagh Ka Raja. Continuously rolling, and we'll keep showing you the visuals. But after a short break, stay tuned.
15th August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state Sonitpur.
नबी आजाद के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव, मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on his foot along with his Congress workers, and he was detained because that is not the permission that has been given.
today it's a very big day organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
The headlines at 10:30 this morning. The Bangladeshi Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is on a 4-day visit to India that begins today. Both countries aim to boost defence ties. Massive fire in Lucknow. 18 people are rescued. Several fear trapped. Rescue operation still underway. 16 people are injured in the Mohali swing tragedy. An FIR is registered against the organisers. Nitish Kumar likely to meet Rahul Gandhi, Arvind Kejriwal and left leaders today during his Delhi visit. It is the final countdown for the British Prime Ministerial race. The Tories seal the fate of Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss. The United Kingdom is likely to get a new PM today. Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Live and Breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri, and the latest that we are getting on the Muruga Mutt Chief Pontiff Shivamurthy Sharanaru, who is under arrest facing charges under the POCSO Act, will be produced before a court as his police custody ends today. Shivamurthy was sent to 4 days of police custody by Chitradurga Sessions Court on the 2nd of September. The investigation officer will also be produced in a preliminary report in the case before the court today. Do remember that the Muruga Mutt Chief Pontiff was arrested after there were protests that were held for several days outside the Mutt, demanding action be taken against the seer. The seer has been accused by 2 minor girls of having sexually assaulted and abused them over a period of about 3.5 years. Ashwin is reporting on this. He brings us the latest. Ashwin, take us through what we're expecting in terms of developments today. Now, his 4-day judicial custody, of course, ends. Will he be asking for bail?
Well, Nupur, right now we are outside the Sessions Court in Chitradurga, and what we see over here is that at 11 o'clock the seer will be brought in over here. Now, as you can see around me, the kind of bandobast, the kind of barricades that has been put in at a public road just for the seer to come from the DYSP office to the court, which is hardly 100 meters away, is quite unbelievable. There are about 100 plus police officials who are also surrounding both the sides of the court as well. You can clearly see these barricades put on both sides of the court. Now, this is the kind of arrangement that is being done over here. What is essentially happening is today is in a few hours from now, it will decide the fate of the seer as well, because he was in judicial custody, then he was sent to police custody. Now, this police custody ends at 11 a.m. today. So the court will decide whether he will be sent back for judicial custody, while the police could probably ask to extend the police custody also. So that is on the matter will be rested on the court. On what basis? Based on the reports that has already been taken, the court will look in these, the case. What are the improvements? What are the status of the current investigation? As all that will be looked upon, and based on which court will likely to take a decision. It is also heard that an interim bail was also been filed by the council for the seer as well. Now, that also probably looked. Additionally, what's important is that last night the accused number 3, who's a juvenile delinquent, has also been taken into detention, is what we get to hear, and his anticipatory bail petition will also be heard by the court. Meanwhile, accused number 4 and accused number 5, those details still remain unknown, and whether police has taken them into custody, that has not happened. So the fate of the seer essentially is going to be decided in a few hours from now. The court stands on it, or whether he would need medical assistance, whether there is very likely that the counsel for the seer will say that he needs urgent medical attention, he needs to be taken to some better hospital than what is over here, as his ECG has shown variation. Now all that will be submitted in the court again today. There is a chance that they will fight strongly for getting a bail on medical grounds, or some kind of a breather for him, that he will be admitted in the hospital or something like that. But it all depends on the Sessions Court. Remember, this entire reason why he has been arrested, Nupur, is because of the strong observation and the command which the court took over. Sessions Court in fact called him over personally to the court a few days ago on September 2nd, and that is why he was been marked arrested. Now we need to see in a few hours, 11 o'clock from this very road, he is likely to come from the same police van. We are expecting the same curtains also, which will ensure that he has not been seen in the media glare. So we are expecting those to happen in a few minutes from now. More details will be updated once he comes, and we will also be carefully monitoring the court proceedings. We will be looking into the story very, very closely. Nupur.
Well, Ashwin, Priyanka, now they hear this side. And let me also ask you about the investigating officer now, because we have been hearing that the investigating officer will also be submitting a preliminary report in the court today as well. And what will be the details of that investigative report, preliminary report as well? What was the line of questioning, as we have been talking about over the past 2 days since he had been in the custody as well? So take our viewers to the details of this report that will be submitted, and that will really determine the investigation going forward, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, Priyanka. The IO, that is the investigating official for this particular case, is DYSP Anil Kumar. Now, he is the investigation official in this case. So he is bound to submit the report, because when the court has already granted the police custody, it is the responsibility of the police to submit the progress done that has been done in the case so far. So what has happened from September 2nd, when he has been given under police custody till now, what is the important things that has been done by the police? All that will be given to the court today. So the court will, based on the preliminary investigation that has been done, based on that, the court will further decide on the future of whether the seer needs to be sent to judicial custody or whether the police custody needs to be investigated. Seeing the way the police has been giving a soft kind of support, it may be like the police will definitely ask for extension of police custody, and if it's in the purview of the court to decide whether that has to be given based on the report, that the preliminary report that will be submitted to the
all right, Ashwin, we
court.
trust you to keep us ahead on these fast-paced developments that are all set to take place through the day. Thank you, Ashwin, for joining us on the broadcast. And now, viewers, moving on to some more breaking updates that we are getting now from Lucknow, where in fact we're getting breaking updates on the Lucknow fire, where one has been reported to be dead, unfortunately. And these are in fact the live visuals that we're putting out on your screens right now, where the fire broke out in a hotel Lavana located in Hazratganj area of Lucknow, where several fire tenders are present at the spot.
इक्विपमेंट्स हैं वो सब कुछ यहाँ से मॉनिटर किए थे, उन सब की MCVs और जो तमाम चीज़ें वो यहाँ से मॉनिटर की थी, लेकिन वहाँ की स्थिति आग कितनी ज़्यादा है वो यहाँ पर आप देखिए। और इसके साथ ही साथ जो फायर ब्रिगेड के जो लोग हैं वो अंदर की तरफ में जा सकें और वो अंदर की तरफ में जा करके वहाँ आग बुझा सकें, उसके लिए एक वैकल्पिक रास्ता, दूसरी तरफ से एक रास्ता बनाने की कोशिश की जा रही है। वहाँ पर जो दीवार है वो तोड़ी जा रही है। दो बुलडोज़र एक्शन में इस वक्त दिख रहा है, और ये जो तस्वीरें हैं ये हम आपको रिपब्लिक पर दिखा रहे हैं। हालांकि जो सुबह जिन लोगों को 8:15 बजे जब सबसे पहली जो फायर ब्रिगेड की टीम आई और उसके बाद तुरंत जो एम्बुलेंसेज हैं उनको भी बुलाया गया। इस वक्त की बात करें तो 15 से अधिक फायर ब्रिगेड की टीमें यहाँ मौके पर मौजूद हैं। पीछे की ये जो तस्वीरें हैं, 2 फायर ब्रिगेड की टीमें यहाँ पर तो लगातार वाटर कैनन से अंदर की तरफ में पानी को डाल रही हैं, जिससे कि यहाँ पर आग को बुझाया जा सके। बाहर की तरफ में इसी तरीके से अलग अलग जो तमाम गेट्स हैं उन पर ऐसे ही 2-2, 3-3 फायर ब्रिगेड की टीमें मौजूद हैं और उन सभी से अंदर जो है आग बुझाने की कोशिश। आग तो हालांकि आपको बताऊं कि आग तो हालांकि बुझ चुकी है, लेकिन जो धुआं है, धुआं लगातार निकल रहा है और उसके कारण से कहीं ना कहीं जो लोग इस पूरे ऑपरेशन में लगे रहे उनको सफोकेशन की स्थिति का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। धुएं के कारण वो जो उनको सांस लेने में काफ़ी दिक्कतों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। और आपको बताऊं कि तकरीबन आधे घंटे बाद जब ये आग लगी उसके आधे घंटे के बाद जो टीमें हैं वो तो आई थी और तकरीबन 1 घंटे में जो SDRF की टीम है वो भी मौके पर लाई जा चुकी है और SDRF की टीम भी एक्शन में है। जो सामने की तरफ से जो सीढ़ियाँ लगी हुई थी वहाँ से तो टीमें अंदर जा ही रही हैं, लेकिन इसके अलावा जो बगल की जो तस्वीरें हैं वहाँ से जो खिड़कियाँ हैं, खिड़कियों को तोड़ करके, जो खिड़कियों का शीशा है उनको तोड़ करके भी जो SDRF के जो लोग हैं वो अंदर जाने की उनकी कोशिश है और जिससे कि लोगों को निकाला जा सके। तकरीबन 18 से 20 लोगों के अभी तक निकाले जाने की सूचना है और जिसमें कि
Well, all right. So we are getting you the live visuals of this fire that had broken out in Lucknow, viewers, in the Hazratganj area. In fact, where one person that we are learning has unfortunately lost his life. And we are now also putting out the first reaction of the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath as well on Twitter, that he has posted about this entire incident. He has taken cognizance of this entire incident, has spoken about the fire that had broken out in Hazratganj as well. And he has talked about how he has spoken to the officials to take cognizance of the matter and carry out the appropriate investigation into the same as well. And 18 people, in fact, had also been evacuated. We are keeping a track of this developing story.
Another case of mining mafia shocker from Uttar Pradesh's Agra. The mining mafia en route Agra broke the toll barrier and pulled out 13 tractors in a matter of 50 seconds. The administration and the people were taken by a jolt after 13 alleged sand-laden tractors went on to break the toll without stopping. The tractors were allegedly carrying illegal sand from Chambal region. Manning mafia breaking the toll barrier while authorities tried to stop them. Meanwhile, case against these mining mafias has been filed. Remember, several mining mafia cases have come forth in Uttar Pradesh before. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, all right, viewers, we're coming across to these visuals of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who is in the Maximum City today, and he will be visiting the pandal of the Lal Bagh Raja. And now, after the Ganesh Darshan, Shah is expected to meet with the Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde as well as the Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and draw a blueprint in the run-up to the polls of the BMC elections. Now, these are the latest that we are getting for you, viewers, and my colleague Alisha is present there on the ground where Amit Shah is all set to come to. Alisha, it's over to you. What's really happening there, and also in the backdrop of these religious processions as well? Amit Shah is all set to meet with the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and the Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis as well. What is going to be discussed?
Well, yes, Priyanka, we can see the police arrangement that has been made in the Lal Bagh Sa Raja, and importantly, any time from now, where Union Home Minister Amit Shah is going to come here to offer his prayer. Importantly, there are a schedule. If we look at his itinerary, which accordingly, where Amit Shah has landed last night at around 9:30, where he was received by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, and the other senior BJP leaders. Moreover, today, right after the Lal Bagh Sa Raja, where he is going to come and offer his prayer, because every year, whenever the Lal Bagh Sa Raja who comes every year, where Amit Shah comes to in Mumbai, and he offers a prayer through Lal Bagh Sa Raja, and later today, where he is also going to visit at Chief Minister Eknath Shinde residence, that is at his official bungalow, that is Varsha bungalow. Moreover, he is also going to visit and offer his prayer at Ashish Shelar, who is Mumbai BJP president. He is going to offer prayer at his residence as well. But now, if I talk about where I am reporting from, this is Lal Bagh Sa Raja in Lal Bagh, where heavy police deployed, heavy police security has been deployed. There are the special crime branch and the IP officials here, and any time from now, so the lines for the people, where the people who were waiting for the, which was open earlier for the general public, has now been stopped, because any time from now, where the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, along with Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis, who is going to accompany him here in Lal Bagh Sa Raja, and they are going to come here to offer prayers.
All right, Alisha, but we have seen in the run-up to the BMC polls how there are several meetings that are all set to take place, and of course it's going to be a very interesting and important polls as well, since this is the one that is happening right after the Maharashtra political crisis and the change in the leadership in the government as well. So speak to us about the strategy of the BJP as far as the Shiv Sena is also concerned, because now Eknath Shinde is the chief minister. How is this change in the political arithmetic also affecting the BMC elections?
Well, of course, it's very important to know, and the strategy that has been made by the Bharatiya Janata Party for the upcoming BMC is something very important. And today, where the Amit Shah would be on a day-long Ganesh Darshan tour in Mumbai, during which he will also hold a meeting with the party leaders and draw a blueprint for the polls of the BMC. Sources has also informed that the BJP is actually working on a foolproof plan to take the civic body away from Uddhav Thackeray ahead of 2024 Lok Sabha election. Moreover, whether Amit Shah will offer prayer at the Lal Bagh Sa Raja at Lal Bagh and visit Eknath Shinde, that is the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and also at Devendra Fadnavis resident later, right after this Lal Bagh Sa Raja. So this is something, a strategy that has been made. And while you've been asking about the BMC polls, well, yes, it is something important meeting that is really going to happen today as well, is what we have been told, because Amit Shah is the first visit after the new government that has been formed of Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis. So this will be the first visit of Amit Shah in Mumbai specifically, and he's been coming, and we have been witnessing Amit Shah every year to Lal Bagh Sa Raja. Well, for the last two periods, where because of the COVID, where they could not be the pandal of Lal Bagh Sa Raja, but here is a heavy police security that has been deployed here, because any time from now, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is going to visit and offer his prayer at Lal Bagh Sa Raja. Continuously rolling on the story. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on his foot along with his Congress workers, and he was detained because that is not the permission that has been given.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक। आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
15th August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state's Sonitpur.
आजाद के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सकें, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव, मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको
Now viewers, cutting across to some more breaking updates as far as Cyrus Mistry's death is concerned. Just yesterday we had seen how a road accident had taken place in which Cyrus Mistry had lost his life, and there were 4 people in that car that was overspeeding apparently now according to authorities while going from Ahmedabad to Bombay via Udwana. And in towards south of Gujarat, we had seen that this accident had also taken place, and we are now learning updates of the doctor who had in fact attended to Cyrus Mistry and the co-passengers as well. And we are also seeing that the authorities have confirmed to us that prima facie it looks as though the accident had taken place because of the loss of judgment on the car because of the overspeeding that the driver had been doing. For more details on this, let me go across to Sandeep, my colleague, who's joining me on the broadcast with more details. Sandeep, tell us more about the investigation that is being carried out in this accident that had taken place where Cyrus Mistry unfortunately lost his life. What are the new updates that you're picking up?
So as far as the accident is concerned, the inspection of that bridge had taken place yesterday by senior officials of Palghar Police, and in fact Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis had ordered a thorough investigation, and in fact he also spoke to DGP. Now in this regards, what we have been told by the senior officials is that of the rear seat of the car, there was airbag was not in a position, functional position, and that could be the possible reason. Apart from that, the situation of the road is not in such a way that the car which was coming from Ahmedabad towards Mumbai, it was traveling on a broad road, and as soon as the Surya River's bridge was started, the road gets narrower, and the driver lost its control from the car and directly hit to the divider. Now what we have been told by the health officials yesterday is that as the car was in high speed and in high speed it hit the divider, Cyrus Mistry got serious and severe head injuries. Prima facie it appears that due to the serious injuries he might have lost their life, but yes, the postmortem have taken place, and we are giving you a minute-to-minute update in regards of Cyrus Mistry. We'll be right back after this break.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state's Sonitpur.
आजाद के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on his foot along with his Congress workers, and he was detained because that is not the permission that has been given.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't.
राष्ट्रवादी कलम, राष्ट्रवादी हम, मजबूत होते भारत के कदम। राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Top stories and brief viewers. At least 18 people were evacuated in an ongoing operation during an operation after a major fire broke out in the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. 5 people were reportedly killed and 2 injured after 2 vehicles fell in a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. One still remains missing following the incident. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against Congress President Raja Waring after the case filed in connection with a fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged the documents on their social media handles, with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signature forged as well. Special CP of the Delhi Police Crime Branch, while commenting on the Afghan national arrested for a drug trading, stated that the nexus was finally being unraveled with the trade involving a terrorist, drug smugglers and gangsters, with the ISI behind the nexus.
अफगान नेशनल है वहीदुल्ला, जो 2016 में इंडिया आया था मेडिकल वीज़ा के बहाने से। उसके बाद ये लोग ड्रग्स में इन्वॉल्व हो गए। जैसा आपको पता ही है, यूएस के जाने के बाद, अफ़गानिस्तान छोड़ने के बाद यूएस फोर्सेस के काफ़ी सारे अफ़गान नेशनल्स अब इसमें एक्टिवली इन्वॉल्व हो गए। पहले जो कम स्तर पे था, अब वो काफ़ी लार्ज स्केल पे ड्रग्स स्मगलिंग हो रही है। बेसिकली लैंड रूट और सी रूट दोनों यूज़ हो रहे हैं। लैंड रूट पे जो पंजाब और राजस्थान और जम्मू कश्मीर बॉर्डर है, वहाँ पे ड्रोन्स के ज़रिए आते हैं। सी रूट पे जो गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र और केरला, कर्नाटका वाला जो कोस्ट है, वहाँ पे फिशिंग बोट्स और बड़े पोर्ट्स पे कंटेनर्स के थ्रू आ रहा है, और ये हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है।
On occasion of Ganesh Utsav, now Union Home Minister Amit Shah to visit Lal Bagh Cha Raja in Mumbai. Continuously rolling and showing you the visuals from Lal Bagh Cha Raja. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state's Sonitpur.
के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव, मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on his foot along with his Congress workers, and he was detained because that is not the permission that has been given.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against this.
विचारों का लहराता समंदर, रिपब्लिक भारत पर जल्द राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The Home Minister Amit Shah is in Mumbai. Key meetings are lined up ahead of the municipal corporation polls. Massive fire in Lucknow. 18 people are rescued. Several still feared trapped. Rescue operations continuing. The rape accuser's custody ends today. Hearing on the bail plea likely to take place. The hijab face-off is in the top court today. The Bangladeshi Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's 4-day visit to India begins today. Both countries aim at boosting defense ties. And the probe into the untimely demise of Cyrus Mistry in a road accident. And Sheikh Hasina begins her 4-day visit to India today. Good morning and thank you for staying with us on Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with the latest that we are getting right now from Chitradurga, where the Shivamurti Sharanaru, the Chief Pontiff of the Chitradurga Muruga Mutt, is facing charges under the POCSO Act. He will be produced before a court shortly after his police custody has ended today. Shivamurti, of course, was in 4 days of police custody. He was sent to police custody by a Chitradurga Sessions Court on the 2nd of September. The investigation officer will also be producing a preliminary inquiry report into the case before court today. The seer, of course, is likely to move for bail as he appears before the district court today. Do remember that he was arrested after there was immense pressure that was put by local people who were protesting outside the mutt in Chitradurga for days on an end. Ashwin is reporting on this. Ashwin, give us the latest on what's happening. His police custody, of course, ends today.
Yes, Nupur, absolutely. In a short while from now, we are expecting that once the police custody ends, he will be brought into judicial custody, which essentially means that he will be taken to this jail behind me. And this is the Prison and Correction Services, the district prison of Chitradurga. And we are expecting that he will be brought in once the proceedings of the court is completed. As you can also see, the police over here has suddenly come over here. They are keeping some extra barricades to ensure that the media is not being allowed. Now, as you can see, they have already told Republic to not shoot over here. This is outside of the prison. Normally, media is allowed, but now they're suddenly saying media should not shoot from here. So, although they are also sending some of the media people back from there. So, we are trying to. Yes, sir. So, it's our job. Let us do our job, sir. Sir, prison outside, sir. Already, sir. So this is what the police is trying to send us out. We have all the rights to report from outside the prison. There is absolutely no reason for the police to stop us. But as you can see, there is a nakabandi that is being put. They are also closing the main entrance of the jail. We'll also try to speak. We'll also see if they will. We get to believe, Nupur, that in a short while from now, after the court proceedings, the final end, the end of what we were all been expecting. The end game of the accused here is here, and that will be the jail, and this will be the jail where he will be taken. It looks like the police is already making arrangements with the kind of forces that has been already deployed over here. Certainly looks like they already know that the seer will be brought into this correctional facility, the district jail, and this is what is happening from outside the jail. You can also see a lot of policemen just suddenly going in over here. The media has been barred. Suddenly there is a nagging that is being done by the police forces. All we are saying that we will be reporting from outside. These are the exclusive visuals that we are bringing in. Outside the jail, some dramatic scenes. There is a large police force which are being deployed. And sir, I just sir, yake sir, nama olagade hogala sir. Sir, nama olagade hogala. Nama outside report ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ sir. Sir, please sir, ಇಲ್ಲಿ
is premises.
So the barricade ಆಮೇಲೆ.
Barricade ಆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ.
Okay. So these are the visuals that ನೀವು jail authority sir. ನೀವು jail superintendent sir. So Nupur, these are the scenes that we are seeing unfolding outside the prison. Quite dramatic. You can see, like, at least outside there are so many policemen, some 20 plus policemen inside also, and this is something that we are seeing from outside the prison, from the district prison in Chitradurga. Nupur, back to you.
Absolutely, Ashwin, as you're pointing out, of course, heavy security deployment over there. Now, Ashwin, what are you learning from your sources? Is the police likely to push for more custody when he is presented before court? This year, of course, we are told will be moving for bail.
What we get to gather from our police sources off record is that they are not asking for additional custody, which essentially means his judicial custody will continue. So that is going to happen, and after which once in judicial custody, he is supposed to be here in this jail, and that is why the police is suddenly creating all those facilities to ensure that there is not much public limelight to it. Essentially, we are not doing anything wrong over here. We can always report from outside the prison. This is outside the prison, and we can definitely do reporting. There is no need of any kind of a restriction that needs to be imposed. The jail superintendent has the final authority to do it. But here we see suddenly they're saying there's a barricade which has been created right from at the approach road itself. They're telling us to move out. But it certainly looks like with the kind of arrangements, Nupur, with the kind of arrangement that you can that our viewers can also see, it certainly looks like the police is very sure that the accused here will be brought in here in a moment, in a few minutes away from now. So these are the exclusive visuals that we are bringing in from outside the the district prison at Chitradurga.
All right, Ashwin, of course, is continuing to bring us the latest from outside the district prison over there. Now, Ashwin, also give us a sense of the sequence of events that we are expecting today. I also wanted you to speak about the kind of anger that this case has essentially seen, because the police's long rope is something that's been criticized over, over essentially the span of a week. This case was lodged, and despite that, we really saw no action taking place on the ground.
Nupur, we have all seen that for almost registering the case on 26th of August, it took about 6 days for police to pick up their pace and do the needful. Only after the intervention of the court also we see a kind of movement in terms of marking the arrest. We have been seeing there was a complete plan that was hatched to take him to Bengaluru for expert treatment. There were suddenly doctors coming in saying his ECG is not right, he is suffering from diabetes for 10 years, hypertension, heart infection, but all that was taken aback, and the court, Sessions Court judge, the additional Session Court judge, District Judge Komla, in fact put a foot down saying that the accused here must be brought in front of the court in person, and that was done. And what unfolded after that is all we have brought to our viewers minute by minute. Everything that has happened we have seen. We have shown the movement of the vehicle, we have shown how in the DYSP office he was kept from September 2nd till date, and we have seen how the pink curtains came from both sides, ensuring that there is not a second of his frame that is available for the media. All this has been done, but now the law has taken its course. Finally, the blind Themis of the law has come forward and ensured that in a few moments from now, there's a high probability that he will be brought into this prison. If not for this high probability, there wouldn't have been such kind of a bandobast that we see over here. That's such kind of an arrangement that we see over here. So these are the visuals that we are bringing in, Nupur. Essentially, all the power, all the political cloud that the seer received over the time, all the kind of pressure that was put in to the law enforcement to delay the application of law, all that has now been taken aback, and the law has finally taken its steady action. And we have seen after the police custody, we have also seen a lot of action by the police. We have seen the investigation is moving forward. Our sources from the police, reliable sources from the top police sources have told us that they are not going to ask for any kind of extension for the police custody, which essentially means the seer will be brought into this jail. He will be resting over here. Of the 14 days judicial custody which was there, for it was remaining 4 days was in police custody. The remaining days he has to be housed in this jail. So this will be a big victory, not just for the Republic, but for all our viewers, all the people who have put this kind of a pressure to ensure that justice comes banging on the doors of a powerful seer who had huge leverage, who had huge political leverage, who had a huge clout. So these are the visuals that are coming from outside the district prison in Chitradurga. Nupur, so certainly our journalism which we have been doing, I've been here, but today is the 10th day we have been reporting from on the ground, and it certainly feels that the end game of the seer is here, and he will be put in jail, and then the law will take its course, whether he will go for an appeal in the High Court, and all that needs to be seen. But at the moment, he was likely to be brought in jail, seeing the kind of arrangements that are being made here. Back to you.
All right. Now, Ashwin, we also wanted to get your comment on what's happening as far as the allegations and their counters are concerned. Now, there was a case that was registered against S.K. Baswaraj, the former administrator, as well. Take us through that aspect of it as well that's been happening.
When this whole case against the main accused came up on 25th of August, there was a case that was filed against S.K. Baswaraj and his wife, stating that they had illegally detented the girls without the approval of the Mutt
Two, there was there was also a section where an attempt of rape which was filed by the warden Rashmi that was also put in, and this was a counter FIR that was filed. But immediately about on September 1st, they were given the bail for that, SK Basavaraj. So SK Basavaraj had come on to claim that the Mutt, in fact, when these two girls who were brought into Cottonpet police station, when they were brought in, the police had called the Mutt refused to help, and then the police called up SK Basavaraj, and that is when he had come in along with his wife on the early hours of 25th July, and then taken these two girls to his home. Then we did an exclusive interview of him where he stated that these girls were with him for 2 days, and then later they were taken by their parents. Now this was also contested by the Mutt. The Mutt had come up with the allegation that there's a conspiracy which has been done by SK Basavaraj, ex-JDS MLA, that he is trying to tutor these girls to put a fake allegation on the seer and trying to destroy the reputation of the seer. So all that the police, if had there been any truth in that, the police would have definitely acted against it. But so far we have seen that all the proof to support those claims has never come out. We did show, Nupur, if you remember, we also did an exclusive with the uncle of one of the victims who said Basavaraj is telling lies. But all that seems to be very low arguments that has come forward. There has been absolute no crunch of an evidence to prove otherwise, that this is a conspiracy. So we are looking at what we are seeing right now is the course of law that is taking place, Nupur. We will be bringing you in a short while from, we are expecting the seer will be brought in, and this will be the latest update, the only national news channel on the ground and in front of the prison in Chitradurga. It's a proud moment because
absolutely,
we have been there
as you're pointing out, of course, the seer is going to be taken to court very, very shortly, and we will continue to bring our viewers updates on that. Thank you for the moment for joining us, Ashwin. And in Dumka, in fact, protests are continuing.
जन आंदोलन होगा और शासन प्रशासन को इसके लिए इन समस्याओं
जो आदिवासी बच्ची को लटकाया था उसको जो यहाँ के स्थानीय प्रशासन ने जानबूझ के जल्दबाजी में दफनाया है कि मामला पूरी तरीके से शांत हो जाए।
देखिए, ये तो एक सोची समझी साजिश के तहत कि हम लोग का आदिवासी और मूलवासी भाई बंधु आक्रोशित न हो जाए, बहुत ज्यादा ऐसा समस्या न हो जाए कि शासन प्रशासन के लिए संभालना मुश्किल हो जाए। इन सब बातों को ध्यान में रख के यहाँ के शासन प्रशासन के लोग काफी त्वरित कार्रवाई करते हुए इन सब समस्याओं का निपटान करना चाहती है। इसको लेकर के हम लोग ये कहना चाहते हैं कि हम लोग जिनको
बिल्कुल आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे फांसी की मांग की जा रही है। जो इन हत्याओं में जो लोग शामिल है उनको फांसी की मांग की जा रही है लोगों के द्वारा। यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं कई और लोग हैं, यहाँ पे बात करते हैं। लगातार 10 दिन के अंदर दो बच्चियों को मार डाला जाता है और सरकार कहती है कि हम महिला सुरक्षा के लिए सजग है।
देखिए, महिला के लिए सजग होता तो हम तो इतना सवाल करना चाहेंगे कि दुमका में 144 लागू होते हुए जब एक आदिवासी नाबालिग बच्ची को रेप करके मार करके हत्या करके पेड़ में लटका जाता है, ये कौन सा 144 प्रशासन का कानून है? झारखंड सरकार यहाँ निकम्मी है। झारखंड सरकार यहाँ के अपराधियों को अंकुश नहीं लगा पा रही है। हम इसका पूरा विरोध करते हैं। यदि आज ऐसा दरिंदों को 15 दिन के अंदर यदि फांसी होता तो आज हमको नहीं लगता कि आज स्टूडेंट हम लोग रोड में आते, आज नहीं लगता समाज के लोग रोड में आते। आज शिक्षक दिवस है, मैं एक स्टूडेंट हूँ, PhD स्टूडेंट हूँ, लेकिन आज शिक्षक दिवस नहीं मना रहे हैं। आज एक बेटी एक बहन के लिए न्याय मांग रहे हैं। क्यों न्याय मांग रहे हैं? ये इसलिए यहाँ की सरकार कमजोर सरकार है। हेमंत सरकार कमजोर है, और हेमंत सरकार कमजोर तो है। और जानते हैं झारखंड में बेटी मरने के बाद भी यहाँ के विधायक, यहाँ के मंत्री, उसको राजनीतिकरण किया जाता है, न्याय दिलाने का काम नहीं करता। हम तो एक चीज कहना चाहेंगे, हमेशा फांसी देना चाहिए। दूसरों को फांसी देना साजिश के तहत
All right, demands are now being made for a CBI inquiry into the Dumka case. There is huge outrage in Dumka. Of course, tribal organizations have called for a bandh. Massive outrage among the people over the alleged rape and murder of a minor tribal girl. We have seen quite a bit of unrest in Dumka after this Ankita Kumari, 15-year-old girl, was set ablaze. Thereafter, of course, there was another case where a young tribal girl was allegedly raped and hanged. So tribal organizations calling for a bandh in Dumka. The situation over there continuing to remain tense. Tribal groups, of course, are asking for a CBI inquiry into both cases. So anger over there mounting against the government as well. Now, Bengaluru is reeling under severe waterlogging after there were torrential rainfall that was reported yesterday. Traffic disruptions and snarls have been reported across the city of Bengaluru.
The city infrastructure of Bengaluru has come under the heavy scrutiny of people on social media. Several citizens are questioning the quality of city's infrastructure as heavy rains continue to batter the Bengaluru city. Citizens accused the city administration for ignoring the red flags about the present civic condition. Due to continuous downpour, the city of Bengaluru witnessed severe waterlogging, long traffic jams, flooding on the roads. Watch how a man was rescued by the local security guards near Marathli Silk Board Road in Bengaluru. Even the Ganesh immersion plans of citizens were impacted. The Indian Meteorological Department has issued an alert for the people living in the low-lying areas of the city. The city's civic body, Bruhat Bengaluru Mahanagara Palike, has issued helpline numbers in case of emergencies.
At the Devanahalli International Airport, there also has been waterlogging that is reported, and it has been said that water has seeped into the VIP lane as well as the parking layout. However, the officials of the Bangalore International Airport have stated that the staff has worked diligently to remove the water from these areas as well. Meanwhile, many parts of Devanahalli which leads to the airport are completely inundated. With video journalist Bhagat, Ashwin Nandakumar, Republic TV.
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people were evacuated in an ongoing operation during a major fire that broke out at the Levana Hotel in Hazrat Ganj area of Lucknow. 5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person still remains missing following the incident. All right, so these
गृह मंत्री अमित शाह पहुंच गए हैं, आप तस्वीरों में साफ तौर पर देख सकते हैं। गृह मंत्री अमित शाह पहुंच गए हैं, तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं। उनके साथ परिवार के लोग भी नजर आ रहे हैं। आप देखिए तस्वीरों में एकनाथ शिंदे पहले पहुंचे हैं। एकनाथ शिंदे देवेंद्र फडणवीस गृह मंत्री के साथ हैं और कई जो परिवार के लोग हैं वो भी यहाँ पर पहुंचे दर्शन करने के लिए। तीनों एक साथ अंदर जाते हुए